Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Abbott Advice Live with Fia Johann. Live from AbbottAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Abbott Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Thank you, Mother Nature. Thank you for all the gifts and all the blessings. We hear you loud and clear. We hear your aching heart, and we hear your call for renewal.
Thank you, coronavirus. Thanks for the opportunities. Thanks for the opportunity of a lifetime to gain an unparalleled enlightenment. I thank the universe for the opportunities it is providing us now. The opportunity to slow down and reflect on our lives. The opportunity to rethink our being and the purpose of our lives. The opportunity to spend time with those around us and our loved ones. The opportunity to better get to know my partner, my kids, the love of my life, my parents, and all. The opportunity to re-evaluate our lives and our life directions as well as our purposes. The opportunity to refocus, re-energize, reorganize, rebuild ourselves. The opportunities to get out of our busy and self-focused lives and pay attention to the world around us. The opportunity to value our friends and social interactions. The opportunity to have access to product and services when we want them. The opportunity to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see before. The opportunity that we love another. The opportunity to see that even the pretty faces on TV are nothing but an image. The opportunity to realize that my worth is not my status. The opportunity to understand that we all need one another. The opportunity to believe in ourselves and believe in our power and believe in God. Thank you, COVID-19. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you for value our friends and our social interactions. For the opportunity to have access to products and services when we want them. The opportunities to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see it before. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you. Thank you and thank you. Thank you for allowing us to put aside all our problems. Thank you for stopping us. Thank you so much. Thank you for making us appreciate the luxury we lived in. The abundance of products, freedom, health, wealth, love, and anything we wanted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, coronavirus. The earth was begging us and begging us and begging us to stop for a very long time. And thank you that you helped the earth to breathe, to feel fresh and rebuild herself. This virus is with us, is an inside of our brain, our mind, our body, our soul. This virus came to us to show us how little and how tiny we are. This virus shows us the opportunity to see that the king of all beings is vulnerable to a tiny virus. This virus came to our life to show us that we are nothing than just soul. And this virus came to our life to show us to be kind and lovable, to send positive energies and love to others. Thank you, coronavirus.
I thank the Mother Earth for providing us with an opportunity to listen to it again. I thank for the second chance for renewal and refreshment and replenishment. I thank the universe for cleansing and purging all the negativity created for so many years, the pollution, the warming, the abuse of resources, the waste and our ignorance to protect our homes and our community. The nature is acting and reacting to our misguided ways. Isn't it time for us perhaps take a page from the lesson to recognize what's around us? Thank for the blessings that are coming our ways each and every day. I trust the universe to guide me, protect me, and direct me to being better than the day before. I thank all the gifts that I receive each and every day in my life.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fee was actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that you were that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick in something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that 10 years ago that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud!
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
You are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives. And she gives and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her. We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Nana's house.
Nana's. My mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers is better.
Hers was
but don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle, I'm passing you my anointing, I'm passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she's spoken to me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother, and I don't have a sister. She has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending her messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. 'Cause love is more than a philosophy. 'Cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome
nice
to the
to
show.
meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. Like, what's going on? Like, let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose.
Yeah.
And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and
Right.
any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, you know, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Like, why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, like, why now?
I always been around media, but this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known, and those cases been kind of huge cases, and Forbes got attention. That was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was a feeling actually that I had, and then they reached out, they wanted to feature me, and then after that everything, and I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had an interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people? Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do. Actually help them out.
When does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life? When do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help get me closer to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, you know, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it down. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have, we are based on energies. We pick up energies, we're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. And they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really good places right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities. If you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this has taken you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wanted you to be. Bring your unique personality. Tap into your talent and energies and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life, I need her to help my organization, like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
Sure. I do have a platform named Avid Advice,
Okay.
A-V-I-D, Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium, basically. Just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona Del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face to face, I would say go to fiona@avidawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today? Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
And now, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl with Tanya Reid. Live from AustraliaPsychicCowgirl.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tanya Reid, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, coming at you from here in Sunday Creek, Victoria, Australia. How is everyone? I hope you've had a good week. We've had a lot of different things happening with eclipses and energies around at the moment. So there's a lot of people going through a little bit of extra turmoil at the moment, and just know that you're not alone. There's many that are in, a similar space, and it's just about, again, keeping the faith. I feel like I'm a broken down record saying that, but it is something that, we need to be aware of. And no matter what the tests that we're being asked to go through, that know that it is for your highest good. And for many of us, we're questioning maybe the direction that we were going in or relationships we have been in. So you're really being shown what isn't in alignment for you right at this point in time. So please take the time to trust that, because it really is, how can we say, we're really being shown it for a reason. So honour the process, trust the information that you're given, know that your gut feeling will never lead you astray, and tune into that and really get connected to your own psychic sense, which we all have. And I always encourage everyone to say, we're all a bit, similar in that way, that we go through these things as a collective. So, even for those that aren't necessarily having major turmoil within your life, you might be picking up on some of the energies or the current energies that are around, that people are, going through, others that are going through different things. So, yeah, just be aware of that. We had for this week for me, we had a great outcome with a little lost boy that was lost within the mountain that's close by to us, pretty much on our back doorstep here. So we were so wrapped yesterday to find out that he had been found after 2 nights out in the freezing cold, and in amongst forest and bushland. So we were really wrapped with that result. I went out with my neighbour on my horse, and we did a bit of looking around on the day before he was found. So yeah, and it was just great to see, as a community, everybody connecting together, and it was really wonderful that as a community everyone stepped up. There was massive amounts of volunteers. Just everyone was volunteering to step up and help. And it just goes to show what a great place we live in, and just reinforces that, we have communities out there willing to help each other. And, it's nice to be a part of that. And it's also nice to have that wonderful outcome. And we were holding the faith, going, yep, we're going to find him. We were so strong on that. And I know my tribe, they're attached to my page, Australia Psychic Cowgirl, we're all had our prayers and everything out there to get that outcome, and we were really wrapped that that's the way it went. So yeah, so that was encouraging. So, but anyway, if you're finding that you are struggling a little bit with the current energies and things going on around, don't forget to get outside. Nature's a great healer, and also gives us the tools to be able to move forward with things. Don't forget to also connect with your guides, your friends, family and spirit are around you. They want to help. There seems to be a thing where they won't interfere unless you ask. So don't forget to ask for signs, because you will get them. There's definitely no doubt about that. And, but you do need to be present to receive them and to be fully aware of what those signs are. So don't forget that. And, just that little bit of a reminder for us all. And I know I get that reminder myself too. So by all means follow those signs. And there's also a lot of people relocating or thinking about moving at the moment. So it'd be interesting to see how the reads go tonight, whether there's a lot of that message comes through with the readings, which quite often there is that common thread where you're finding people are relocating or changing things up and, putting things into motion that almost like things that are needed. Often when there's a little bit of turmoil around is when spirit will step in and give you signs because they know that you need the help. So again, being present and being mindful of those signs and acknowledge them and saying thank you. It's such a powerful tool to say thank you to those around you that are helping, and that brings in that little bit of gratitude also that helps get us stronger and stronger. So that is pretty cool. So hopefully we can ride this out, and as a collective we can all help each other. So remembering to help those around you, and that in turn then brings that help back to you. So that's pretty cool. And it's about being making the most of things. So sometimes we might get different outcomes or be thrown into something different, and we just need to be aware of of how we can manage that in the best way that suits us. So just keep that in mind, that you've got all the tools within you. Sometimes you just need to access that. So that's pretty cool. So I'm just waiting now for my first caller to come on. Should be any moment now. Okay. All right. So I've got Tabitha on the phone. I'm not getting the message through. Okay, Lancaster, USA. Tabitha, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Really good. Thank you for calling in. Okay, she's still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Beautiful. Okay. Is there any area you want me to focus on today for you specifically, or just tune in?
I'm just seeing if I have anything from the other side.
Okay. Can I ask his mum? I wanted to go to mum first. Have you got mum in spirit for you?
I only have a grandma.
Okay.
But it's like a mama. She's like a mama to me.
Yeah, because she's come through first. And I do want to say there is a few up there, but it's like she's the opener. So she's got I do want to say there's something around her laugh. Like she has an energetic laugh is what I get. It's a little bit unusual, and that's why I wanted to point out with her coming through. I do want to say that she's stepping in for you at the moment because she's showing me that you're connecting with her strength. So there's been changes around where you've had to step up. And can I say, have you had to voice up something that you maybe had been sitting on for a while? Because it's like she's showing me you've finally grown the strength to stand up for yourself and say what is needed to be said.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's like, yay, because she's proud of you. And it's almost like that's why she's around you, is to help you do that. I've also got a male coming in, or she's bringing him forward, and I feel like he passed younger. So I do feel like I'm connecting with it's like she's bringing him through. So it's almost like he's someone that you wanted to connect with. It's like she's going, here he is, and she's handing him over to you. So does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like very important. And there's this massive big heart for you. And I want to say, I don't know whether there's a reference to a red heart around him, or that's his message to you, but it's like he's around you and he wants you to know, and it's like he's acknowledging that you do know he's around, and you have a bit of there's something around a bit of fun. He really enjoys laughing with you. So as much as I know it's a heartfelt connection, and knowing that he's around doesn't make up for the fact that he's not here in life, but he does enjoy it when you have a bit of a laugh with him.
Okay. Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah, and it's like because he likes to have fun. So it's almost like there's a little bit of a message in that going, yeah, like don't be too serious. You know, I like to have fun and I get to have a laugh with you. And I do feel like he's showing me he's outside when he connects with you as well. So I feel like I'm going outside and that's when he makes himself known. But it's quite funny and random. And I do also want to reference for you as a collective in spirit, they're showing me birds are relevant. So I do feel like, you know, that you get signs from birds and especially some random birds. So I do feel like when they're showing me that, it's not just, you know, the ones that you would normally see around, but you're getting in different birds that you haven't maybe seen for a while, or you'll just get the odd one popping in and you go, oh, look at that. And I do want to say look up the meanings for those because they'll be relevant in spirit bringing them to you. And I also feel like I want to go to butterflies as well. So it's almost like nature's really a big sign for you.
Okay.
All right. So it's like look out for those signs because they're very relevant. The changes that you're making are really going to set yourself up. So I do want to say I see things being easier and more money coming in. So it's like keep going. You're on the right track is very important message from spirit. They want you to know that. You're fully supported. Don't feel like you're on your own because they're showing me they're all around you and it's like they're pushing you.
Yeah.
And I'm laughing. Yeah, I'm laughing because they're like don't look back. Keep looking forward. So they're very, very strong around to go, do not second guess what you're doing. You are right on track and all will be revealed. There's something around in the next 4 weeks, something is going to come up and I feel like it's an opportunity. So I feel like you know that this change is transpiring, but there's an opportunity that's going to come out of the blue and I'd love you to connect with me and let me know because it's exciting. So keep that in mind. If you're not seeing the big picture yet, you will be.
Okay. And do you happen to see a little boy around me?
Yeah, well, there was that. I initially wanted to go to this energy around being the younger, you know, the younger person passing, but then it sort of transpired to him being different to what I first saw. So the little boy is quite timid. So I want to say it's like he's there, but he's a little bit like not one to jump up and jump into a conversation. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like he's shy, but he's around. You feel his energy, and I feel like he's holding your hand, I want to say. Okay? He's definitely there. So it's like, don't doubt that, but he's very soft and gentle, an absolutely gorgeous, sensitive soul. I am running out of time. Please message me on my Australia Psychic Cowgirl page, and I can delve in a little bit deeper for your gorgeous boy. More than happy to do that for you.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you. Run out of time. See you guys same time, same place next week. Sonia Reeves signing off. Woo-hoo.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jacqueline Close-More Live with Jacqueline Close-More. Jacqueline Close-More. Live from jacqueline.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jacqueline Close-More Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, back again. I'm Jacqueline Close-More and I'm coming to you live from Melbourne. I'm actually at the periodontist office. Why not? It's a very special day. I'm getting this very special treatment. I just wanted to say hi. You can also catch me as well on Facebook now. I've moved my little Facebook page for my show onto Jacqueline Close-More Live. So if you're looking up on Facebook to find me, that's where you'll connect. I'm going to be coming back every week. I'm going to take calls. I'm also going to take from the show, do the 14 minutes thereabouts, and move across onto Facebook and do live readings there as well. So if you're trying to reach me, that's where you can also find me. But yeah, it's good to be back on Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio around the world. I'm just having some fun with my my settings here on my phone. It's sort of a very ad hoc situation. I just wanted to speak to the Black Lives Matter, protest and uprising really that's going on around the world, and really acknowledge our Australian Indigenous elders, past, present, and still emerging, and also pay special respects and acknowledgement to the traditional owners of our land here in Melbourne and across Australia, and give thanks for the wisdom that certainly many Indigenous people that I know share with me. And I just want to recognise the disparity in our community, both here and around the world, for people of colour, and really pay respect to all those people who are speaking up. I certainly do speak up for people of colour, and I stand with you. And one of my favourite Olympians in Australia is actually Peter Norman. And in the 1968 Mexico City Olympics, he actually stood up on the podium with John Carlos and Tommy Smith, and they only had one glove each to do the, Black Power signal. And he stood there in solidarity with them. So when you sort of see this picture of this white man standing with these guys, he's actually standing in solidarity. He's wearing a badge that recognises their cause and for speaking up for equality. And I think it's really beautiful that people have recognised this more and more. As far as I Can't Breathe and some of the really awful posts that sort of raise a conspiracy about that, I'm not going to speak about that post and say what's on it. It's revolting. What I want to say is that it's very right for people to be able to chant I Can't Breathe, to give recognition of that cause, give recognition of the need for police brutality to stop for people of colour. And there is actually a high incidence in Australia of only less than 3% of Australia's population is actually Indigenous, and yet it represents such a huge amount and percentage of incarcerated people in Australia. And I Can't Breathe are actually the last words of David Dungai, and I hope I've pronounced his name correctly. I apologise if I haven't, but that's his last words, as he was also held in a hold that brought the end of his life. And I want to acknowledge that and the injustices going on in Australia, and really want people to think more about how they can help to bring down systemic racism in our country and around the world, and think about equality in everything we do. And as far as white people saying all lives matter, it's really important to understand that Black lives have to matter as well first, because they haven't been mattering enough. And it's really good that people are starting to recognise that. So I really wanted to sort of talk about that first. And I know that some people are really going to dislike me because of that. You know what? Too bad. I've always spoken up for my Indigenous brothers and sisters and people of colour and different cultures around the world and here in Australia as well. And it's really important to, when people in our politics are saying that, you know, don't import this issue's been here since the beginning. You know, when Captain Cook went sailing around and declared this country to be terra nullius, which means no human life here, and classified Indigenous people as fauna. And it's just reprehensible that we still have these statues up that stand monument to people who did massacres against the Indigenous, very much existing people that were here before white people got here. And it's kind of bizarre that we talk about wanting to keep boat people out of Australia when that's exactly how the first white people got here, on boats. And when people talk in Australia about, you know, not wanting to let people come here and change our ways, well, how many ways have we changed since we've gotten here, particularly of Indigenous people who are living in peace, thank you very much, before we got here. And then we're going to get into a historical argument about that, no doubt, but it's going to be really important to look at our future education. When I was raising my children, and I was asked about the question that you all get asked about religious education, do you want religious education? So I actually asked them, well, is that religious education comparative religion of all religions? And is there going to be inclusion of Indigenous culture being taught as wishing to be shared by First Nations people with the educational system? And I got told no. I said, okay, so what kind of education is it? And they said, oh, it's the Christian religion. I said, well, why can't it just be called Christian education instead of religious education? So really, I think when we look at racism, it really has to sort of start in the school system as to how we change. We're wanting to create change in the world. We need to look at the education system here and what information is shared from a young age with these, you know, the future of our generations and our community and how that comes together. And the real story being spoken about particularly, you know, the massacres in Australia, frontline wars to do with Indigenous people being massacred by white people. And Captain Cook, who first came here and declared it terra nullius, which means no one here, and declared Indigenous people as fauna, which they're not. You know, and I think part of bringing about equality is actually bringing that into the education system. And so if you've got kids at school, it'd be really good if you could actually speak up for actual equality, even in the way education is delivered. If you're an educator, well, you know, have you ever stopped and thought about the way we're actually teaching our future generations to look at the world and, you know, bring that in? And whatever country you're in, you know, how are people of colour celebrated instead of, you know, attempts to make them invisible? You know, to bring up that equality so that all lives can matter because Black lives matter. You know, Black lives have to start mattering first before all lives can matter. So it's really important to bring an inclusivity here. And if you are white, like me, you know, use your privilege to help people. Use your privilege to give spotlight to people of colour, and certainly speak out against inequality. And you know, have the difficult conversations with your family, your friends, and you know, people you know, and on your public platform. I've certainly on my public platforms been promoting particularly Black artists, Black singers, you know, and Indigenous people, you know, as well. And it's really important to kind of look at how we can bring people up, not trying to bring them back down. And when we look at in our politics and people saying don't import an issue, the issue is already here. It's been here since the first arrival of Captain Cook. So, I mean, you can't get more than that. So just have a think about this. You know, some of these conversations are going to be quite uncomfortable. You might feel challenged. You might feel, well, I'm not like that. Yeah, okay, but the system is, you know, and what can we do to change the system? What can we do as ourselves in each day to look at how we contribute to this and how we can change it? So I just think that's something that's really important in our world if we're going to really be honest, you know, in wanting that equality. And one of the most spiritual things you can do is look at social justice. So I think it's just a very important issue. I just wanted to start off. It's my first show back since January, but I think it's really important. It's not just topical right now. It's really been important for a very long time to keep giving light to that and to be a true light worker. It just means you can't just go, oh, well, that's not comfortable. I don't want to look at it. And I don't want to watch the news. I don't want to deal with what's going on in the world. It's about participation. So just have a think about that. These are crazy times we're in the sense of everything being brought up for chaos, and people can want normal again. But what if that normal wasn't actually good for everyone? What if that normal was harmful for some people in our community that have been silenced for too long? And how about we stop being silent about that and actually deal with it and create the change that we need in the world? Not just whitewash our history or whitewash our experience. So that's me for today. And if you don't like me because of what I've said, you want to go back to your comfortable world where everything's convenient to you, just think about the people that life is not convenient for right now. Just have a thought for them. And sending you all out love and light. I'm going to be back on some interesting subjects over the next few weeks. And if you're wanting to find me on Facebook, you can. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, day or morning on A1R, Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Lots of love, Jacqueline.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio, and also you can watch these videos on Moonstruck TV as well, which is wonderful. Now, we're going to have a couple of readers call in, and I'm going to do some readings, which is wonderful. But before we do that, I just thought we'd have a little spiritual talk. So my subject matter for today is that I wanted to talk about, you know how often when we have a reading, we look to sort of, what's happening in our lives and sort of what's happening. But I want to talk about there's more to this than meets the eye. And what I'm trying to say is I believe, in fact, I know that everyone has a spiritual path, and that path is really important to you. And what that means is that before you came to this life, before you came to be with the family and the friends and your set of circumstances, you made a decision about what you needed and what for your own personal growth. And so a lot of the things that are happening to you may be because this is your path. But sometimes we do things that are our own free will, because we do have our free will as well. And what that means is it can sort of end up with us deviating from our path, in which case the path can then sort of shift and change, and we will be on a different path. But whichever way you look at it, there will be we have a path, and so shows like this, I think, are quite important, because yes, we can talk about circumstances in your life and what's sort of happening and where you're going with this, with your path. But we can also, I believe that there is potential for healing to happen, because many people in our world, and this is, I guess, this is just life, isn't it? Where we experience things that, goodness, they can be, sometimes we can have some awful situations happen to us, and other times we can, they can be very happy. But whatever the circumstances and the situations, or particularly the difficult ones, sometimes we need a little bit of healing from that. And I always believe that what's so wonderful about the spirit world and God is that ultimately they will aim to bring healing to us, and that's certainly how I work. That they bring healing through me in order to sort of alleviate some of the tensions of life or some of the difficulties in life. And I think that's quite remarkable that we can that healing can take place. Another thing that the spirit world are very keen to do is, and this can happen in a reading, is that they are looking to perhaps sort of guide you in a direction that they feel is best for your soul. Again, you have free will, but when they are guiding us to in a direction that, say, let's say you came to the earth plane and you really felt that you wanted to be a school teacher, because you wanted to help children in this life, and you got to the point of 18 and you thought, do you know what, I don't want to go to university and get all this debt, and I'm not going to study to be a teacher. I've wanted to do this all my life, but I just don't want to have the debt, or whatever the situation is. And then sort of, so you can see how our free will can sometimes, almost like a car crash, sort of coming at our life and just changing it in a way that we perhaps don't want or don't need. And so this is something sort of really important to consider, our free will. But what I think is so lovely about the spirit world and God is that when we do make those decisions to change our minds about things, or go in a different sort of stance, they will find a way to readjust you and readjust you, maybe on a different path, but maybe in a way that still benefits your soul and still helps you. Because ultimately, and this is what I find quite fantastic, is that everyone has somebody around them, that is a guide. We often talk about guides, and I have, lots of guides around me that work with me. But I know that everybody has guides, because the spirit world are extremely interested in you achieving your goals and achieving what is needed. And so I think that is really sort of a sort of like a whistle stops tour of how the spirit world are working with us. And the other thing that so I'm just still waiting for a call to come in, but the other thing that I was going to say is that when, and this is something that I think is a good answer to a question. When does the spirit enter the body? Is it at conception, or is it at birth? And I've been told it can be any time in that period. It needn't necessarily be at sort of conception. It can be any time throughout that period. So I think that's quite interesting. And I always look at a babies. I look at babies now, and I think, aren't they brave? They've got things that they've come to do. Because isn't that life? We all have situations and circumstances that are perhaps a little bit difficult. So these babies, they're obviously they're fully grown spirits, but they've come to experience life and experience some of the difficulties that life throws at us, but also some of the positive things that life throws at us. And what I think is so lovely about our lives is that we've got to remember this. It's an opportunity that gives us something that completes our soul, that gives us opportunities to evolve and be the person that we want to become, so that when we go back to spirit, we're going to be going back in a way that is completely different from the person that we arrived. So I hope you like that little talk, and I want to go to a caller now, and I believe we have Brianna in Wellston, Ohio. Are you there, Brianna?
Yes.
Hello and welcome. So I'm a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can give you guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
I'm not sure. Uh, I, yeah, you can't really like connect to certain people or anything, could you?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Could
I'm
you
not,
repeat that,
I'm not
please?
sure. I'm not
You're
sure
not sure.
honestly how this works, but do you like connect to a certain person that I suggest,
Yes.
or I'm not sure.
I can connect to somebody that you know that has died and gone to the
My
spirit world.
boyfriend that just recently passed.
Your boyfriend, okay. So I'm struggling with hearing you, but so I'm just going to go straight in to connect with your boyfriend, and that's all I heard, your boyfriend. So I don't know anything else. Okay. Right. The first thing that I'm getting from I've got a man that's standing by the side of me, and he he's talking about how he feels that how can what sometimes the spirit will do is they give me what's known as like a download, and it's like a whole load of situation in one, and then I have to sort of try and interpret it. But what I'm getting from him is that he is feeling a little bit uncomfortable and a little bit sort of awkward as we start this call, and I feel that the reason why he's feeling a little bit uncomfortable about this call is because he's telling me that it's almost like he wants to say, if only I did this, or if only I'd been this person or that person, or if only then this wouldn't have happened. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Because he's saying to me that he feels that he's partially to blame, and I want to stress the word partially. I feel like it's not totally his fault, but I feel like he's blaming it partially on himself, and he says that um, he's looking to you, and he's saying that you were the one that had the sort of common sense or the brains in the two of you, and he's saying to me that you would, quite often sort of say, look, you need to do this, or you need to do that, or don't do this, don't do that, or you would try and sort of, um, almost like you were trying to be protective or trying to help him in his life. But he was, I feel like he's got cloth ears. He wouldn't listen. I feel like he was his own man. He wanted to do his own thing. And I feel like as a result, he sort of suffered the consequences of his actions. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
And he feels that he's saying to me that he's saying to me that he owes you a lot, because even though he passed, he's saying to me that you were strong for him. In other words, you gave to him something that was missing in his life. It's like you picked him up emotionally and was beginning to help make him strong. And you were sort of like a healer in the relationship. You were, in other words, you were getting to him in a positive way. You were bringing him to a point that he was recovering from a lot of the difficulties and emotional, I want to say, trauma of the past. And I feel like it's almost like you instinctively were like a little bit of a counselor and a support and do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
And he's saying to me that although I've passed, and he says he's got huge regrets, because he feels that he would have liked to he's saying to me that he would have liked to have gone on to have a more serious relationship with you and gone on to for marriage and everything, because he feels that he actually met his soulmate, and he's expressing his love for you enormously. Like he's telling me how much he loves you, and I just know with him that you I feel with him that he right. I feel that the main thing is that there's a lot of love for you, like really serious love. I think the other thing is regret and of his actions, and the other thing is that he is gratitude to you, because although he's over there, you were strong enough with him that you brought healing to him, and he's gone over to the spirit world having had that element of healing, and it has enabled him to move on in a more positive way in spirit. Does that make all sense to you?
Yes.
Now, with these readings, they're so quick, and I am sorry that I'm going to have to go to my next caller, because I'd love to connect longer for you, because I get that sense that he needs more whilst we're talking, but if you need to find me, I'm on Facebook or Instagram, and my name is Gail Moffat. So thank you very much, Brianna, and yeah. So thank you very much, and I hope that all helps.
What was your name?
Right. My name is Gail Moffat. It's MOGAIL, and Moffat is MOFFAT.
Okay.
And that's F for Foxtrot. Okay, so thank you very much. So now we have Eleanor in Long Island, New York. Are you there, Eleanor?
Yes, I am.
Hello and welcome. So
Hi, thank you.
I am a medium, and so I can connect to loved ones that have passed, people that you know, or I can go to my guides and look and give you guidance. Is there a particular way that you'd like me to work?
No, it doesn't matter. Either way, I would love to hear from my loved ones for sure.
Did you say a loved one?
Sure.
And is there anybody in particular? I've got about 10 minutes left of the show. Is there anybody in particular that you'd like me to connect to?
Either one of my parents.
Sorry?
Either one of my parents.
Oh, your parents, right? Okay. Right. Okay. I've instantly got your father has come, and he is standing on one side of me, on my left hand side in front of me, and your mother is on the right hand side. And
okay.
And I actually think that's quite significant. Would you?
That they're together, standing together, absolutely.
No, they're not standing together. They're separate. They're one on one side and one on the other.
Well, yeah, because I know I would have one on one side of me and one on the other. That's how they would stand with me.
Oh, right.
They would both be there, on one on each side.
Right. Okay. So I feel that your father wishes to talk first, and he is saying to me that he says that he's telling me that the sort of family that we were a traditional family, and he's talking about how you used to do sort of traditional things in life, and he makes me feel like you were the sort of family that would sort of cook like a Sunday roast on Sunday, and I just feel very traditional in your upbringing as a child in your family. Would that make sense to you?
Absolutely.
And he's saying that this is the way that he liked it because he feels that these traditional values were important for family life, and he makes me feel like it was so important that you all sat round the table, and I feel like manners was also quite important for him. I feel like he would be quite insistent on manners. But one of the things that I really like, and this is something that, you know, we all think about how wonderful this would be, but I can just see sort of like this table, and you're all sitting there, and I can just feel like, you know, the conversation and the chats, and being interested in each other's lives and things like that. I can feel that all going on. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely, with him at the head of the table.
Yep, yep. And I also can see that he liked his knives from a cooking purpose, obviously. And I feel like I want to sharpen my knife before I carve any meat. Would that make? Do you remember him doing that?
He used to do it for my mother all the time. That was his job in the kitchen.
Yeah, he's just showing that to me. So and he's saying to me that he he makes me feel like he was quite sort of principled over his money, and I feel like he would, when with his money, he would allocate certain money for this, allocate it for that, and allocate some for saving, and allocate. And I feel like and he would go to your mother and say, and here's your money. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
And he was quite a proud man, because he wanted to, I feel like he feels like he needs to be the breadwinner, the person that brings the money home, because again, he's traditional, he's a traditional man.
Yes.
He's talking about, he's showing me, I feel that you were, I want to go to your school when you were growing up, and this is a memory of his, and I feel that you were on the stage, and I feel like he finds this funny. There's something funny that you did on the stage at like a school play. I don't know, it may be something that you did when you're older, but it's something, I feel like you made a mistake or an accident or something, or whether you're quite sweet or cute. Does that make sense to you?
I can't think of anything. I mean, it might have been something that I don't even remember.
Sure, yeah.
I can't. I don't know if I don't know if that would have been me though.
Well, he's making me feel as though you kept on you. I feel like you're a really little girl, and you kept on making little mistakes, and he found this highly amusing, and he's laughing about this memory. But let me move on from that because you don't recognise that. But it's what I'm hearing from him. So it may be that you can check with somebody about that.
Right. Right.
And he's saying to me that okay, he's saying to me that he's rather proud of you because he says that you have instilled some of the values that he had and taught to family in your family life, and he sort of watches you, and I feel like sometimes you will say things just the way your father would have said them, or do things just the way that he did them, and it amuses him about because he's saying to me that you're quite like him. Your ways, you've got a lot of ways like him, and he says that you are okay. He's done this back to front. As he was the the rock in the family, like that sat at the head of the table. He makes me feel like that position has transferred to you in your family. Would that make sense to you?
Yep. Yeah, everybody comes to me.
Yeah, yeah, and he says that, and he says this is why he's so incredibly proud of you, because you hold everything together as well, and and I feel also he's telling me that there's been something that's been a little bit of an upset, or something that you've been upset about just recently, and I feel it's almost like you're worried for somebody else's well-being. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
Because he's noticing, he's not noticing, he's aware of this, and he's saying, it's like he's showing me you sat at a table, and he's come round you, and he's put his arm around you, and he's wanting to sort of like reassure you that he's always going to be there for you, and he wants you to almost like he's saying to me, he's saying to you rather, he wants you to have confidence in the, almost like it will work out okay. But he knows, he's not giving me the details of what's happened, but he just wants to reassure you that he's there, and that it will work out okay, and that I'm aware of your mum. She's just walked round to the side and is standing just slightly behind him. So I just want you to know that she's been there the whole time, but he wanted to do the talking, maybe because he's the head of the family and that's his job. But he's just wanting to reiterate that how much he loves you, and how there's just an enormous love, but also respect. He respects you a lot.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Connections with Carrie M. Bush. Live from Facebook.com/Carrie M. Bush.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections. I'm your host for today, Carrie Bush, coming from the UK. So how is your week so far? I hope everybody is doing okay and having a really good start to their week. This is, here I go again. Every week I come on and it's just talking about these powerful energies, but this is 2020 for you. You know, it's a very life-changing, powerful, transformational year. And yet again, we have a very powerful energy week ahead of us. When Thursday, we have Mercury retrograde, which can cause a little bit of intense energy and a little bit of miscommunication and a little bit of technology problems. But Mercury retrograde is nothing to fear. It's actually very, very positive. And then on the weekend, we have the energy building to the new moon, solar eclipse, and the solstice. This is happening together. This is very, very rare. So we've got very special energy around, but very, very strong energy around everybody. We are in a huge transformation time. We are shifting in such a powerful, strong way. I'm sure all you guys are feeling it. We are purging. So at times we are having lots of physical symptoms while we release and cleanse anything that is not good for us. We are letting go of those old ways, those old patterns that won't serve us. We are letting go from the past. The eclipse energy can really help us to put closure to the past. And the solstice energy is always a magical, magical time about new beginnings and a new cycle. So we are being asked to cleanse and clear and close this cycle and get ready to begin a whole new cycle. So energy is so strong. Dreams are vivid. You may be finding your sleep is very erratic, like you might be sleeping really, really well. And then at other times, you know, that you're struggling to get any sleep at all. Pay attention to your dreams right now, because dreams are messages, very strong messages. The veil is very thin. The connection to spirit world is very, very strong right now. So do pay attention to your dreams. We could be feeling emotional, everybody, because we can get this with an eclipse anyway, but actually we're just about to start Cancer season, and Cancer is a water sign and can be quite emotional. So if you have any buried emotions related to the past, any painful memories, these are probably going to show up under this energy. This is what eclipses are all about. Eclipses are about the light and the darkness and closure and moving forward at a very high transformational time. So if you do get emotional, make sure you allow those emotions to flow. Don't suppress the emotions, because actually tears are very, very cleansing. So the main message at the moment is we are coming into alignment. All of our chakras are being healed. They are being cleansed of all junk, any debris that's been sitting there, any painful emotions that have been sitting in that chakra area are being cleansed and cleared, so you can come into alignment. So the message that you need to take right now is be gentle with yourself, go slow, and literally one day at a time under this energy. One day you're going to be feeling really, really good and high vibe and energy through the roof, and the next day you might find you're the total opposite. You've got no energy, you've got upset belly, you've got headache, you know, you've got a lot of ascension symptoms going on. And this is why it's so important to stay present right now. Stay in the present moment. That really is going to be your power space. So with such a powerful week, I felt guided to do us all a little mini reading. So I've pulled some cards just before I came on air from the Angel Prayers Oracle pack. So our first card out and our first message in our little mini reading is don't hate, meditate. This is really important at the moment because, like I'm saying, energy is so high. I'm sure each and every one of you are experiencing this right now. And it's quite common for anger to rise, irritability to rise around you or around others around you. And this is your message to come from the space of love, to remember to meditate. Meditate is going to ground and balance your energy. We should all be up in our meditation. I've said this on previous shows, you know, meditation is key right now under all of this energy that we are navigating, and coming from our heart space is absolutely vital. So if you feel anger arising in you, if you feel irritable, if you feel like things are getting too much, you're frustrated, or you're feeling this from anyone around you, meditate. It's going to bring your energy back to center. It's going to connect you to your light body. So that's a really strong message. Our next message, everybody, is the inner power card. Again, very, very powerful for the energies right now. The more that you can connect to your personal power, the more that you are just going to ride through these energies. You're going to breeze through these energies. You're going to feel the energies. Of course you are, because we're energy beings. When energy is high like it is now, we are all going to feel energy. But it's feeling energy is one thing, and letting it kind of challenge you and get to you and cause you upset and cause you to lose your way on your path is not what we want. So remember your inner power. You've got this personal inner power within you. It's very strong. And light codes are being activated within you all the time now, especially when you're sleeping. So connect to that inner power. It's going to keep you balanced. Our next card out, everybody, is live your joy. We need to be happy. This is the end goal. You know, we're getting rid of all this past. We're putting closure to anything that makes us unhappy, anything that does not bring us joy. We need to be jumping for joy. Life is so short. Life is a gift. Tomorrow isn't always promised. So we need to be living our joy. We need to be bouncing with energy. And this is why this huge transformation is here. So don't feel this transformation is out to get you, or the energy is out to get you, or everything's going wrong. Because even though it can feel that way under such strong energy, in fact, everything is going right. Everything is leading you to live your spiritual joy. Our next card out is the miracle of prayer. Again, like I was saying, the angel connection and connection to source is so powerful right now. It's so strong. So connect to prayer. Remember to keep asking for what you need. Prayer creates miracles. Worry creates more worry and stress. We don't want this stress on your shoulders. We want this gone. We want this baggage and this weight lifted from you. And prayer can really help you. Connecting, asking, instead of letting things get on top of you. Our next card out, everybody, is clear your vibes. This is what's happening at the moment, everyone. Our vibration is being cleared and cleansed. All of our chakras are being cleansed to be lit up. We are coming into spiritual balance. This is why the energy is so strong. It's a very strong, powerful process. But if you flow with this process and trust it, it leads you somewhere absolutely spectacular. So you are having a big internal cleanse right now. And I'm sure you're all feeling it very, very strongly. But it's so positive. This needs to happen. We can't move forward when we're carrying so much baggage. We can't go into our new powerful energy if we're holding on too tight to our old energy that just weighs us down, that doesn't create the right patterns for us going forward. So vibes are clearing. You are raising vibration to such a huge level. And this is occurring as each of our chakras are being activated with new energy and cleansed and cleared of this old energy. So our last card in our reading is the spiritual gifts. This is where we're being led to, everybody. Our spiritual connection, awakening to our spiritual gifts, awakening to our inner power, coming from our heart space. Third eye activations, being the clear channel to spirit. This is what the aim is. This is where we're going to. And this is why it's such a powerful process. And we feel it on such a deep level, because what is happening is mind blowing right now. You get the chance to evolve completely. You are connecting to your divine light. And although it can feel quite challenging at times, it is so powerful. So get ready to come into your spiritual gifts. I'm sure that you're finding that they're raising already, and your connections are growing stronger and stronger by the day. Just remember, if you feel challenged under this energy, get connecting to your angels, get meditating and look after your energy, and you will be fine. You will be fine. This is so worthwhile. This process is strong, but where it's going to lead us to is going to blow your mind. So worthwhile. So I think we have a caller on the line now. I think we have Christina on the line from Tampa. Are you there, Christina?
Hello?
Oh, hello, Christina. How are you?
Good.
Good. That's great to hear. How can I help you?
Um, I don't know. You just said you give a free reading. I don't know what to ask for.
Yeah, so that's fine. So you would just give some guidance, shall we, from the angels?
Am I what?
I'll just give you some guidance from the angels. I'll get what I pick up for you, shall I? Just a general reading.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to pull some cards to get a connection to your energy, and then we will go with what comes through for you. So let's pull Christina some cards. Okay, let me just lay these out. Okay, Christina, you get the balance, the work, rest, and play. So this is telling me straight away that you are quite tired at the moment. When I connect to your energy, I get a sense of you being quite worn out, a little bit run down. Would that be right, Christina?
I've been what? I'm sorry.
Tired and run down at the moment. I feel like you've got like your energy's a bit low.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the card that is telling me that you're coming back into balance, Christina. And this is where you've got to get a good balance with all areas of your life. So you need to get a better balance with your personal life, your work life, and everything around you so that it's in balance. You are coming into your new beginnings, Christina. So you've got a new cycle opening up and you are about to bloom. I feel there has been some frustrations around you, Christina, with your manifestations. Like maybe you're a bit frustrated because you're not seeing progress. Is that how you're feeling right now?
Yeah.
And I think this is the angels are telling me this is partly because your energy is quite low and you need to get more balance, but it's also because you're switching over energy. So you are, although you're not seeing your manifestations now, you are about to see them come through. They are going to come through. Though everything that you've asking for is coming your way. But I feel like you need to get your energy back into balance. So you need to work on your chakras. A couple of your chakras feel a little bit out of balance, and that can have a great effect on your energy. I don't feel that you've been sleeping too good either, Christina. Would that be right?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, lots of salt baths. Do you have sea salt baths? These are very good before bed. If you can get some sea salt and a crystal into your bath, that can help with your sleeping. I feel that you are on quite a big spiritual journey. I feel that you're taking the first steps forward to really awakening to your spiritual self. And this is really beautiful energy, but it's really heavy energy. And I feel like you're being woken up in the night, Christina. I feel like spirit are waking you up in the night. I don't know if you felt that, but I feel that there's messages for you coming. So do pay attention to your dreams. Really important, but I feel that you're awakening to your spiritual purpose and you've got beautiful changes coming. It's a very strong transformational time for you, Christina, which means that you're right on track because that's what a lot of the collective are going through at the moment. So expect to see big changes. The frustration will go if you work on your energy a little bit. This energy just feels slightly out of balance, but there's definitely a need to have more fun in your life, and there's definitely a need to work to balance your personal and work life. I feel like it's hectic. Does it feel like you've got a lot on your shoulders at the moment, Christina?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it feels hectic to me. It feels quite chaotic, but when you balance your chakras, you are really going to notice a big difference. There is a little bit of imbalance there. I feel like you've also been through quite an emotional time in your life, and I feel that you're actually in the process of healing from that. So you would have had something happen in your life that was quite difficult and left you quite emotional.
Yeah, I just had a baby.
Okay, so that makes total sense, doesn't it? Very hormonal. And again, this now makes perfect sense that your chakras would be out of balance a little bit because pregnancy and birth is very hard on the body, isn't it? You know, so do
Yeah.
some chakra work. Go and do a meditation, chakra meditations, and that energy is going to raise. But you've got new beginnings. What you're asking for is coming. So I hope that helps you.
Thank you.
And you take care.
You too.
Okay, so now we're going to go to our second caller. I believe we've got Chloe on the line from Dorset. Are you there, Chloe?
Hello. Yeah, hiya.
Hiya. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. You?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. So how can I help you?
I was just wondering if you had. I don't know how this works, so you're gonna have to. Do I ask you a question and go from there?
If you've got a question on your mind, you can ask that, or if you just want like a general guidance, then I can do that.
I just wanted to see if my nan had come through or anything.
Okay, so I've got the heaven cards here. I'll pull these for a connection, and we'll see where we go with it. So let's see.
Thank you.
Chloe. Okay, let me lay these out. Okay, yes. So your nan's energy is very much around you. She's showing me a ring as a connection, and she's also giving me an emerald, or it's some sort of green crystal. I don't know if you've got this. If you haven't got this, have you got one?
What's that? Sorry.
A green crystal.
A green crystal. No, I don't have it.
Get a green crystal, because then she's giving you this. She wants you to have this for healing. There's been something around you. She's saying, I get the intuition is strong, and she's reaching out to help you. So there's something around you right now that you've been asking for guidance on, you've been asking for help with. Your intuition is strong. I do feel like you feel your nan around you. Would that be right?
Yes. Yeah.
You feel her energy quite strongly. She's saying, you know, that you're very in tune. You're on an old soul, she's saying, and you're very strong intuitive abilities. She's been showing you loads of signs. So I get this sense that you've been asking for some help recently. There's something that you want to move on from, or some area that you want some help with. And she's bringing that help to you. She's saying that you are crossing over to a new time. So this is a new beginning for you, but she's with you. And she's also saying about stars. So I don't know if you've been going outside like wishing on stars, or if stars connect with your nan somehow, but she's giving me lots of stars around you.
Yeah, that makes
Inner
sense.
voice. Oh, it does. Brilliant. Inner voice is coming up again. So that's 2 cards, inner voice. So this is telling me that you've got spiritual gifts. You're an intuitive person, and your gifts are coming through very, very strongly. Or if you've already attuned to your gifts, then they will be going up to a new level. She was very connected as well, wasn't she, your nan?
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
Yeah, she's telling me, just like me, you take after her. She was very in tune and very wise. She's showing me an owl, so it's almost as to say we're like wise owls. You hold a lot of wisdom within you, and she's really helping you on your journey. Nature. Nature is where you connect to your nan in a big way, and where you hear messages quite clearly. So make sure that you're spending lots of time in nature, because that's where her energy is very strong. Also in your bedroom, she's saying, she's laughing and saying she's in your bedroom a lot. So I don't know if you felt her in your room at night time. Have you felt her?
Yeah, kind of. More recently, yeah, I have.
Okay, so she's saying she's coming through strongly for 2 reasons. Number one, you can feel her on a stronger level. because your vibrations raising and your intuitive abilities are getting stronger. And number two, she says, I'm coming through to help you with your big changes, because you've got something big on its way, something that's been in your heart for a very long time, something that you've been wanting and kind of dreaming about. She's bringing this change to you. So she's stepping forward. She's always been around your energy, but at time of big, big changes, they will step forward even more strongly. She wants you to believe in your abilities because she believes in you. So she's saying, believe in yourself. You know, these are strong abilities that you possess right now. You need to believe in yourself. You're about to take flight on something very, very big. And she's saying she's around you a lot. I don't know. She's showing me a pot of tea as well. So I don't know if you can take this message or you just like tea, but she's showing me a pot of tea. And I'm almost seeing a really fancy teapot, like a China teapot and a China tea set. So perhaps you used to have tea with her with that kind of cup and saucer. I don't know if that's a memory. Okay, yeah, she's showing me that, and she's showing me that memory, and she's smiling. She loves you so much. I feel that you had a very close bond, but she's with you all the time, sending you so much love, and she's going to make your dreams come true. She's bringing wonderful, wonderful changes for you into your life. I've got to pull you another card now from a different pack because she's telling me. So she would have been quite a strong personality, Chloe.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, she's saying she needs another card.
Yeah.
Bless her. She's a strong energy, but beautiful energy. Beautiful. Quite old school energy, but really, really special. So look at this. We get the reach for the stars, Chloe. And she was just talking about stars. You deserve only the best. And this is all you should focus your attention on. So this is her message to you. You connect to one another through the stars. Stars seem to be very important around your energy field. And she's saying, believe in yourself. This is a strong message from her. Believe in yourself, reach for the stars, and, you know, everything is coming your way. Cleanse your energy. So there will be, you need to just give yourself a bit of a cleanse. This is kind of right for everybody at the moment because the energy is strong. And I'm sure you're feeling that, Chloe, how strong this transformational time is. But your Nan's saying, don't you have any worries? Don't you have any fears? Cleanse that away. Get rid of that, because she said, I'm by your side and I'm leading you to somewhere amazing. So this is the lovely energy. This relationship is just beautiful. And, you know, she's by your side in your bedroom a lot, Chloe, while you're sleeping, and, you know, touching your face. She's saying she's stroking your cheeks a lot. So I don't know if you're feeling like a bit of a brush on your cheeks, but she's saying that's me. She's doing that to your energy, really loving energy, and she's blowing kisses. She's blowing kisses to you, and she's saying kisses to all. So maybe she would like kisses to go to all the family as well. So lots and lots of kisses from heaven to you, and she's going to light up your path ahead. You've got beautiful times coming and absolutely nothing to worry about. So let go of worries. She's saying don't have them on your shoulders. They're not needed.
Thank you. Thank you.
She's also given me the name Maureen. I don't know if that connects to anyone you know, but she's
Maureen.
just.
Oh my goodness, that's her name.
No.
That's her name.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I love it. I've gone so cold, Chloe. She just, as I was going, she said, tell her Maureen. So there you go. This is
Maureen,
definitely your Nan. Oh, I love it. I love it. And she's got such strong energy. Just before I was going to get ready to go, she just literally said, tell her Maureen. So my hairs are standing up on it. My hairs are standing up on end. Get yourself that green crystal, any green crystal, and have that on you. That's going to be your connective stone to your Nan.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're
that was
so
amazing.
welcome, Chloe. You take care.
Brilliant. Yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. Oh, I love that. I love the way that spirit work is just so beautiful, isn't it? So for anyone who's listening, who's lost anyone and got relatives or loved ones in heaven, please know that they're always around you, always. I know that it can feel like you can feel lost at times. I remember feeling lost myself after losing my mum and dad, but honestly, they're always around us. And that reading just shows, doesn't it? You know, just before we were going there, she's like, tell her Maureen, and that is her name. So, you know, this is very special. The connections are so strong at the moment. So talk to your loved ones, talk to the angels. They are hearing everything you say, and they are helping you to the next level of your life. So if you want to find me, I am on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush. I'm also on Instagram at Carrie Marie Bush. I'm on Twitter. I have a spiritual soul group on Facebook. It's a monthly subscription group, but it is very good if you need that extra help or you want to connect with me and your soul family on a deeper level. So that's the Spiritual Soul Family group on Facebook. I've also got journals and children's books on Amazon, Carrie M. Bush, so go check them out too. I love connecting with you all. I love the high energy at the moment for connecting. And I am wishing each and every one of you the most beautiful, magical week. Enjoy this energy. Don't fear this energy. Embrace this energy. Stay positive. Look after your vibration. Look after your mindset. And enjoy that solstice. Solstice energy is like one of the best times of the year. So I'm sending love and light to each and every one of you. And I will see you next week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angel Guide
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. I am Lisa, and I am a healer. So I practice Reiki healing. I practice it in person, and I also practice it all over the world, because Reiki healing is energy, and energy is not confined to a place or even a time. Energy is everywhere, and we can direct it for healing, and that's what I do. And I work with people all over the world. If you'd like to join my Facebook group, Reiki Live, it's REIKILIVE, exclamation point. I offer free Reiki sessions on Tuesdays and Saturdays. So if you join my page, you'll get those notifications of when you can join me for a free session. Okay, so I'm also a medium and an intuitive, and I work with people for a variety of reasons. You know, I work with people because they may have anxiety or stress. I work with people if they have some physical issues. Reiki helps with that. I work with people who've gone through transitions and are having challenges trying to figure out what's going on and need clarity. And that's how I'm able to serve so many people. So I want to give you a little guidance for your week coming up. And a few of the messages that came through are about your self-confidence, okay, and releasing your ego. So your self-confidence is when you feel really sure about yourself. And usually it's when you do something really well, or you feel very grounded, and you feel very assured that what you're saying is truth. And so when you're self-confident, you come across to other people as knowing what you're talking about, and you invite them to trust you, okay? Because when you're self-confident, you attract other people into your world that are self-confident too. And why is that important? Because when we're around people whose energy is not confident, if we're around people who are on the fence and wavering about things, can't make a decision, they're going to be swimming around in that sea of uncertainty and never really arrive at the answer they're looking for. So if you're questioning something right now, like, should I go forward with it? Is it something that I can really step into? I have this hint that I need to get out there, or I need to talk to this person about something. I want you to settle in your heart space, okay? What resonates for you in your heart, all right? And know that your self-confidence comes from there. And what I want to say to you is, if you are planning some type of endeavor or a business, or entering into something like a partnership with someone, or want to start something up, or you're applying for a loan, all of those things, I want to tell you right now, for the upcoming week, the funding is there for you, okay? It will be successfully funded, which is wonderful. So I want you to think about that. Your future is going to be laid out as you decide it to be. There's no random thing that's going to happen that's going to just say, yeah, I'm going to give you successful funding for this project. This is how it works. You think about it. You put yourself in the situation of seeing yourself receiving what you want, and then you play it out. The energy will play out with aligned action, so you need to take steps towards it. Now, the other card that I pulled is the Eight of Summer. So this would be an emotional card, something to deal with the heart. This says the desire for a more meaningful life, realizing it's time to move on. And so this may be a major life change for you regarding a job, regarding making a commitment to a person, and or leaving a relationship, or leaving even something that someone you're connected with that is no longer really vibing with you anymore. It's time for this major change for you to move on. So if you're thinking about starting a business, if you're thinking about transitioning something in your personal life, this is the week to do it. So you need to get secure with your self-confidence, all right? Know that if you're self-confident, you're going to attract that energy that's going to support those reasons to be self-confident. There's going to be successful funding for you. So whatever you're looking to do, know that the universe is there to provide the money you need for this project. And then you're going to have to decide. Okay, you have to decide to make that change. It's not just going to fall in your lap. Decide to make that change. Okay, so that's your upcoming forecast for the week. I hope that this serves you well. So now I'm going to take a caller, and I have Sophie in Essex, England. Hi, Sophie. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Hi, good. So, Sophie, what's your story today? Why are you calling?
Hello?
Hello, yes, hi. Hello, are you there, Sophie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Sophie, what's your story today? Why are you calling?
Just basically, I just wanted to see if my dad's around in spirit.
In spirit? So, some people who've passed in your life?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. Do you have a father figure in spirit?
yeah,
Okay, because I felt like there's a father stepping forward now. Um, I'm seeing him. Is he connect? Can you connect him with numbers or something to do with numbers? I don't know if he worked in a business with numbers, but there's something to do with numbers, and I see him holding like a watch or a stopwatch or some kind of pocket watch. It looks like a watch, like he's looking at the time and he's saying, um, it feels like like his time was cut too short on this earth. Like it feels like there was something unsaid between you two before he left. Would you understand that?
yeah,
Okay, thank you. Because he's affirming that, like, I'm sorry that that's how it worked out, that his plan was not to have it that way. Um, I feel like you had a close connection to him as a small child. Like I'm seeing you as a small girl with your father, and there was a real close bonding there. Does that make sense to you?
yeah,
Okay, thank you. Because he's showing me that. He's taking me back to that time. And I feel like at that time, he was like your world. Like I'm seeing him being like, he was your light. You know, he was your ray of sun. He was the one who you could look to for answers that you felt comfortable with. Um, he's making me feel like you're looking for that now. I feel like you're not exactly feeling comfortable right now with some of the things happening in your life. Would you understand this?
yeah,
Okay, so what he's doing, and I'm just so honored to be able to speak with him, is that he's stepping forward to say, Sophie, I'm still with you. You know, I am still here for you. And I haven't gone anywhere. You don't see me anymore, but I'm still here with you. And I feel like there's times where you're upset, where you're crying, where things are not working the way you thought. And it's like you feel, I'm getting the feeling like you feel alone. Like you feel like, where has everyone gone? Would you understand that?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, thank you. So I'm just bringing this information forward because he really wants you to know. It's like, to me, I'm seeing him hold your hand, like take your hand and hold your hand in the most comforting, loving way. He's bringing his love and peace to you. I feel like he even is bringing it into your heart center. Um, there are times I feel like you notice him. Do you notice his presence?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, thank you. Because it's like I feel like if I was you, I'm feeling you and how this would be. This is how he's showing me this, that you would feel this, feel his presence, like physically, like feel this throughout your body and even in your heart area is where I'm feeling it, where he steps in and he's trying to comfort you and he's bringing his presence in that way.
yeah.
Are you, so I'm feeling like also like there's something going on. Is there something going on with a job for you or something that's going on where you're trying to make plans on how you want to move forward? Would you understand that?
Yeah, but not job-wise.
Okay, so he's aware of this. Okay, so it not that he knew about it when before he passed, but he's aware of this, and he's going to be dropping. He showed me like he's going to drop you hints or clues to help you on that path. All right, because it feels like you need some boost of confidence. You know, it's like he wants to give you that he's reaching his hand out to you, and he wants you to take it. He's going to lift you up. Okay, he's going to lift you up in spirit. He's going to lift you up in your confidence. So he's going to bring forward this feeling of, I can do it. I can do it. I know I can. He thinks I can. I can. Is this something he would be there? Like, is this how he would be for you if he was in life? Okay, thank you, because he's still that way for you now. Nothing's changed with that. Unfortunately, he can't be there physically for you, but nothing's changed for that. I'm feeling like you may notice certain signs for him. I don't know if he connects to you through birds, but I feel like there's a connection there where you see something and he's like, you connect him, the thought of him with this symbol. It's like I'm even hearing the word, the bird, a wren, W-R-E-N. Do you connect with wrens?
No.
Okay, so I want you to pay attention then for that little bird. Do you know what a wren is? It's a little tiny bird, and it has the most beautiful song, all right? And he's bringing this forward because I want you to pay attention. When you see this, it's going to be obvious. This lovely little bird coming to you. You may notice it. I don't know how you're going to notice it, but it's going to come to you. It's going to be very obvious. You're going to hear this loud song. Like, this bird is a little tiny bird, but it sings like it's a much bigger bird, okay? And this bird is this sign, this message for you is one of confidence, because little wrens will sing at the top of their lungs to show that they believe in themselves and that they have beautiful confidence in themselves. And that's what he's bringing to you too. So pay attention to the little wren. You might notice it's a little brown bird, okay? You might look one up so you know what you're seeing when you see it. And you will hear the most beautiful sound when he sings. Sophie, I have to run. I apologize for cutting you short, but I just want to say your dad is with you, and please, you can speak to him in your mind, okay? Thank you so much, my love.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, if you'd like to join my group page, Reiki Live, just find me on Facebook or find me at Lisa Short in Kansas, and I can direct you there. I hope you're
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Insights by Janita with Janita Francis. Live from InsightsByJanita.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights by Janita
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon and welcome to Insights by Janita Francis. I have some exciting news this week, and that is that I have released my own Oracle deck. It's called the Modern Oracle. It is a 44-card deck. It's currently retailing for $25 Australian plus postage. You'd need to let me know if you want me to post them over to you in the States. We'll work out what that postage is. The $25 Australian is dirt cheap. Once you do the conversion for the US dollar, it's dirt cheap. So it really is the Modern Oracle. It's very short, it's very sweet, straight to the point, exactly like I am. I released them last week here in Australia, and they have sold like hot potato chips on a winter's day. They've really just gone out the door. I'm waiting on my third shipment already, and thankfully my supplier is turning them around super fast for me, so that's exciting. So it's called the Modern Oracle. You can get your own deck by either following me on Facebook. I have a shop on Facebook, Insights by Janita Francis. I also have a website, so www.insightsbyjanita, and I'll spell that for you, JOHNITA.com. So JOHNITA and then .com. And you can get your own Modern Oracle deck, and they're a lot of fun. I've been reading with them. I do flash readings on my own Facebook Live show, which is on tonight for Australians, or very early tomorrow morning by the sounds of things for the US, by the time we do the time conversion. It's called the Transformation Show. You look it up. It is a live event that I do flash readings. I do all sorts of things. And tomorrow night we're doing a heart healing workshop as well. So how to work with our hearts, how to calm them down, how to speed them up, how to make them apply logic. Because sometimes our hearts tell us things and we follow our heart, and then we realize, oh my God, why didn't I engage my brain during that entire process? So tomorrow I always do free workshops. I love doing the free workshops. I think that's where you maximize the fun, and there's always audience interaction as well. So it makes it even more exciting because we get to deal with real life situations and troubleshoot some real people going through real things. It's not just case studies and stuff like that sometimes you can get in workshops and webinars or seminars. So yeah, right. So what I thought we might do today is do a energy reading for the week. We'll be using the Modern Oracle. We'll also be using a deck called Work Your Light, which is another Oracle deck. It's very pretty, it's very girly, it's very pink. It's just lovely. It's a lovely deck. So they get straight to the chase as well. And then, of course, we have our Survive to Thrive empowerment cards, and that's what we're going to draw our weekly energy from this week. So we'll get cracking on that. We'll do a little bit of a shuffle first. The Survive to Thrive card. Now, these ones are not mine. They're created by a lady called Sharon Tao. Whoops. And there's the first card out. Now, these are affirmation cards. So they take us from our current mindset, which could sometimes be a fixed or a stubborn mindset, and it creates an opportunity for us to kind of like recharge our batteries or reprogram our minds through affirmations. And affirmations can be quite powerful. Some people call them prayers, some people call them affirmations. Kind of the same thing anyway. It all comes down to intent. If you turn up every single day to your life and you roll your eyes and you smack your lips and you say, yes, my life is great, and your tone tells me that your life is not great, and it's just something that you're saying because maybe one day it might be great. There's no intent behind it. There's no emotion behind it that is a positive reinforcement emotion. So that affirmation, you can say it 500 times a day, but unless you believe it and unless you have the intent behind it, your life will pretty much stay the same, might not grow a tremendous amount. You do need to put some oomph into it when you say your affirmations or your prayers. It's the power of belief and faith, isn't it? All right, the two that came out. Very interesting cards because it appeals to two separate styles of people. Some people are trying to get, actually, they probably go hand in hand. I'll change my mind. It's a woman's prerogative, isn't it? The first card that came out is balance. And it's all about trying to balance our lives. So not being pulled too far one way, not being pulled too far another, making sure that we're able to say no without feelings of guilt, making sure that we can balance our lives so that we're not pulled from pillar to post. The other card that came out is exhausted. And if you are being pulled from pillar to post, you can quite often get exhausted and fatigued and feeling of rundown. We're coming into the winter months down here in the land of Oz, so a lot of us will be getting the sniffles and the shifting. It's about 5 degrees where I am at the moment, so that's Celsius. So I'm not sure what that is for Fahrenheit, but I'm sure that translates into bloody cold no matter where you are in the world. So a lot of us are getting a little rundown anyway. So if your life is not balanced, then it feels like you're giving too much of yourself and you're not having any reserves, you're not having any me time or quiet time just to catch your breath even. Just do nothing. Sit on your bum, have a cupcake, have a donut. I'm busting for a meat pie. I'm going to have one Saturday. I'm so looking forward to Saturday as a result of my meat pie promise to myself because I've had a really big week and it can be quite tiring. It can be quite tiring. So these two cards in particular certainly apply to me. Right. So the affirmation, if you're trying to get your life into more balance, your affirmation is, I am now in full balance in every area of my life. So we're using the current tense, the current context. We want to say right now, okay? So not I will or I'm going to, it's now. I now have it. I am now in full balance in every area of my life. You're feeling exhausted. You're trying to get that balance, but you're feeling exhausted. Your affirmation is, my energy is vitalized. I now choose to rest and replenish my mind, body, and soul. So taking time out for yourself. I'll read that one again. My energy is vitalized. I now choose to rest and replenish my mind, body, and soul. Might put that one to the side and memorize that myself. Thinking so I've not stopped for about 2 weeks. It's been exciting and I love it and I'm not complaining, but I am feeling a little bit out of balance. And I'm looking forward to Saturday where I'm going out for a massive ride with all my girlfriends and people that I haven't met yet. I'm really looking forward to that. It's a nice way to balance my life out and jump on the motorbike and not have to worry about anything. All right, swapping over to Work Your Light Oracle cards. Let's see what comes out here. I love this one. It's very pretty. I wish you could see it. So I'll hold it up anyway for the Facebook watchers. See if it comes into alignment. It won't. That's okay. The camera is being a nasty little bugger. What this card's all about is trusting your path. So might sound a bit wishy-washy, but considering we've just had the balance and exhausted cards come through, this is a bit of a different take on it. And what the Oracle is saying here is if you knew you would be supported, what would you do? Now, that support might sound a little bit wishy-washy or from a spiritual sense of a point of view or in a spiritual sense, but following on from balanced and exhausted, they're actually saying if you knew that you were going to be supported by saying, I can't do that, I can't take any more on my plate, or I just need some time out for myself, and you weren't going to get any backlash, or you weren't going to get those feelings of guilt, whether they're projected upon you or whether they're self-sabotaging or self-loathing feelings of guilt. If you knew that none of that negative stuff was going to happen, what would you do? Would you say, stuff it, I'm having time out, I'm having my donut, I'm going for a ride, I'm having my pie, I'm doing what I need to do, I need some time out? Absolutely you would, because the thing that stops us from doing most of the things that makes us happy is that we constantly or fairly consistently think about the impact on others. And we're worrying about upsetting others or how they will feel if this takes place. Or if I say no, or I don't want to do something and I let them know that, how will they feel? And that's noble and admirable and lovely. But there's only so much fuel we have in our tanks before we hit that exhausted button, okay? So we need to also be able to balance our lives in such a way that it's okay to say no, and it's okay to take some time out and to do absolutely nothing, sit on the couch, watch Netflix and grow fat on our bums if that's what we want to do. All right, let's have a look, see what the Modern Oracle, finish off with the Modern Oracle. Once again, if you want your own deck, please do get in touch with me. I'm on Facebook, Insight by Janita. Oh, we've got jumpers everywhere. Oh, I love this. Right. We've got actually 3 cards that popped out of the deck. I love the jumpers because that's Spirit saying, pick me, pick me. Okay, the first one is to ask for help. If you're stuck on something, ask for help, whether it's from another human being, from your mentor, from your parents, from your partner, ask for help. Don't try to do it all by yourself. On the back of the 3 cards we've just pulled out, that is absolutely perfect. Speak your truth. Tell them what you need from them. Tell them exactly what's going through your mind. Be truthful about it. They will deal with it. It's okay. And of course, don't forget to play. Your inner child came out as well. Very much play is what life is all about. Try not to take it too seriously. Have a giggle at yourself. Right, that's almost me done for this week. It is a quarter hour of Power on Insight by Janita Francis. Please do check out my podcast, A Guided Life with my beautiful friend Trish Rock, every night at Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Australian time. I follow that straight up with the Transformation Show on my own Facebook site as well, so Insight by Janita. I try to keep it all branded so you can find me quite easily. Check me out on YouTube as well. My workshop is on Thursday night Australian time. And until next week, please do enjoy yourselves, find that balance in your life, and don't give away too much of your fuel. Keep some in your reserves for yourself. Thanks very much, guys. See you next week. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone is doing well with all these intense eclipse energies and planetary alignments at play. It's been a crazy, crazy time for sure. this cycle is ending and you have an opportunity to bring closure around things that you started going through about 2 years ago. And the way that I'm kind of intuiting this and interpreting what's going on right now with the energies is that there's a revolution of love and light upon us. And it's time where everyone is being forced to grow, evolve, and change for the better. Your perception, beliefs, and feelings dictate what you experience. So if you don't like what you're experiencing, change your perception, change your beliefs, and change your feelings around it. And, you know, just remember that you are in charge of how hard or how easy this time period is for you and your life in general, everything that happens in your life. And, you know, besides maybe having to face some issues or some uncomfortable truths within yourself, others in your life, and humanity as a whole over this past week, which more than likely probably triggered massive emotional releases, uncomfortable situations and feelings within yourself and maybe the people around you. I feel many may have also been dealing with physical body symptoms as well, like not being able to sleep, feeling fatigued, maybe going between the two, right? Being like anxious and restless and not able to sleep, to then being completely fatigued and zonked out. And it could have flipped. So maybe at night you weren't able to sleep, but then during the day you're able to sleep. Or say if you typically don't sleep at night or do sleep at night, it would be the opposite of what you typically experience. I also feel maybe some dizziness, maybe some aches and pains throughout the body, maybe some ear issues, head issues, and stomach issues, just to name a few that I feel like may have been affected during the last week or so. And before I go on, I'd like to go ahead and do a quick moment of Zen to help integrate some of these eclipse energies. Close your eyes, open your palms, and allow yourself to be open to receive. I'm going to be connecting with your higher self and calling on your team of guides to help energetically clear any blocks, emotional residue, and or negative attachments in your physical body and light bodies. This is going to help raise your vibration, expand your consciousness, and increase your awareness in order to help prepare your soul for all of these energies that are coming in and your physical vessel. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth normally, and relax as much as possible with each exhalation. And then I'll let you know when to open your eyes. Okay, deep breath in. And exhale. All right. I don't know what you guys were experiencing, but I felt like my lips were vibrating. Okay, let's get into what you can expect from today, June 9th through to June 16th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. We have another intense week ahead of us where we could see more conflicts between thoughts and emotions being triggered by our everyday normal routines feeling more stressful than usual. So something as simple as getting up on time for work or setting your alarm clock could have you feeling stressed out and bummed, like it's just going to bum you out. And it's probably something a lot of us deal with, so it's maybe a bad example, but really anything that you need to accomplish from your day-to-day normal routines will just feel more stressed and just feel maybe more depressed around having to do that. The added uncomfortable bonus is that these conflicts between thoughts and emotions, on top of the normal stressors of life, could cause you to feel insecure and unmotivated. So then you might just start feeling lazy, and then you start feeling insecure about being lazy, and you start beating yourself up, and it's just a vicious cycle that you could get stuck in. You'll get through this time period if you're proactively doing self-reflection work and really digging deeply into your own mind for self-imposed limitations and motivations to better understand why you do the things you do, why you make the choices you make, why you choose to use the words that you do, everything, like everything tied to you. The more that you can go there, the easier this time period will be for you. There's also lots of energy around romantic relationships and discernment. They'll be running hot 1 minute, cold the next. So try not to take things personally. The biggest obstacle everyone will have to face is differing viewpoints and their own delusions of being right. My advice, again, is to direct your energy and focus on interpersonal work versus emotionally reacting to a trigger that actually may be your insecurities and baggage flaring up. So basically, basically your first instinct shouldn't be to get on the defensive, lash out, blame, attack, and then cut and run. Check yourself, because that's a clear sign of self-sabotaging behavior, victim consciousness, and truthfully, it's just not attractive to the people that are witnessing your behavior. It's just a turnoff. So it's going to have the opposite effect of what you actually want to invite into your life. So instead, catch yourself before reacting, contemplate, evaluate, discern, then communicate from a place of neutrality, not emotional intensity brought on by fear and insecurity. You'll be so much happier in your relationships if you do this work, and if you always just look at you as the problem and seek to understand first before going on the defensive. Another theme this week will revolve around superficiality. And every time I say that word, I just want to talk about Mary Poppins and supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I just love that. Anyway, okay, so another theme will revolve around superficiality. And are you superficial? Do you hang out with other people you would consider to be superficial? Well, if the answer is yes, then maybe what's being mirrored back to you is you and a lack of your own depth. And it could be in varying degrees of what you're witnessing around you. And so that you can better decide, here's the definition of the word superficial. It's an adjective. It can mean of, affecting, or being on or near the surface. It also means concerned with or comprehending only what is apparent or obvious, shallow. And lastly, it means apparent rather than actual or substantial. So it's kind of basically just pointing out like, oh, there's this dog over there that's, white and tan and black in color, but it doesn't go into a deeper description of the dog and maybe the dog's personality and the depth of the breed of the dog, right? So that's the kind of depth that we're talking about, not just superficial on the surface of things. So if you're not doing the inner work and digging deep into your relationships and discussing what you're feeling, what you're being triggered by, what your perspective is, and then getting feedback from those people in your life to see what their perspective is, and really digging deep and working through any perceived differences, then nothing's ever going to change or happen. And, if you don't like what you see, choose to not only get deeper with yourself, but with others in your life too. Another revelation for this week is light being shown on ideas that are not well thought out, or they lack depth, right? They're superficial in nature. So if your ideas or goals start falling apart this week, and maybe some of you have actually been already experiencing things falling apart over the last several weeks, that doesn't necessarily mean give up, quit, or run away. Especially if that's your usual MO. Like if that's your go-to behavior of when shit hits the fan or things get tough or things aren't going the way that you think they should, and you just automatically get on the defense, attack, and cut and run and give up and quit, then you definitely need to do this work, and you definitely need to take a look at yourself and evaluate this. It means you need to shift your perspective to a more expanded view and long-term thinking instead of a limited view, right? So many lack patience and give up before anything truly miraculous can happen because they just can't see the bigger picture. Instead, they miss the whole point of the journey and the growth that opens them up to be able to receive that which they desire most. So look, if you're not a vibrational match for what you want to receive out of life because you haven't learned the lessons that you needed, it won't manifest in your life no matter what you try, because it's not about the end result. It's about every single moment and choice in between that gets you to the desired outcome. You have to do the internal and external work no matter what it is you want in your life. There are no shortcuts to achieving true happiness and success. Sure, from the outside looking in, I'm sure that you've witnessed it. It may look that way sometimes, but trust me when I tell you, I see plenty of people fooling themselves into pretending to be happy and successful while steadily pushing people away and secretly wallowing in their own misery, harboring ill will against others. For what? To continue a cycle of hurting themselves over and over again? It seems to me it would be much easier to do the inner work, leaving behind a continuous cycle of self-suffering and sabotage. I'm living proof of that it's possible and that it works, because I've been there. I've done that. I've been the self-sabotaging fool that has literally pushed people away from me because I was too afraid to allow myself to feel and open up and express myself and communicate. You don't need to live that way. Open yourself up. Do the work. Take a look at yourself, because everything is a projection of your inner reality into your external one. Okay, now that I have lectured and bummed everyone out, let's talk about the positive aspects to counterbalance the intensity of self-realization work this week. Lots of high vibes around community and belonging. It feels like there's going to be lots of happy reunions with friends, family, and something that you've been apart from for some time, maybe work, right? Thanks to this forced downtime that we've all been in. You're not going to feel like being alone. You're going to want to surround yourself with the energy, the feeling, and the touch of others. And we're just beings that are meant to be with each other, share space. We're meant to touch and feel. So this distancing stuff is having a really negative impact on the greater whole. Obviously, practice safety for those that are concerned or in fragile states. I also feel plenty of travel and forward movement tied to positive change. There's also a slight reduction in stress for those of you who have been high stress over the last several weeks. It's a welcome change for your body, mind, and spirit. And lastly, before I get into work and everything else, I did feel guided to pull an Angels and Ancestors card for everyone this week. And that card is, let me make sure I've got this in frame here, up, down, left, right. That card is called Spring, and it says, see your seeds grow. Embrace the change that is on the horizon. Allow your dreams to become reality. Spring is an exciting time because it has so much potential. Animals are coming out of hibernation, flowers are pushing up through the soil, and the days are getting lighter and brighter. The spring card features a wild hare because in Celtic animal medicine, the hare brings intuition and rebirth. Hares are highly fertile beings, and so their medicine can bring dreams to life. You are ready to bring to life all of your ideas, inspirations, and projects. When this card appears, you are moving into a space that allows you to really grow, expand, and create in a way you've never done before. There are opportunities for abundance, including financial growth, and if you're starting something new, prepare for a major expansion in your life and soul. When the spring card arrives in the future position of a spread, which I didn't do a spread, or as the last card in a reading, it can also indicate that coming spring will usher in important energies with regards to your question or intentions. I do feel like that still applies to many of you, and this card just applies to everyone, period, with the energies that are around this week. So I thought that card was really, really fitting. Okay, work. For those of you looking for, excuse, oh no, I'm choking on my own spit. Hold on. All right, sorry about that, guys. Okay, work. For those of you employed, I'm still feeling energies around people making decisions on or in the process of leaving a job. I also feel several people changing where they choose to do their business. I feel many of you more in a state of trust that the universe is guiding you to where you want to be and that everything is happening for a reason. And this goes for both employed and unemployed. And I'm also feeling some evaluation around personal relationships at work. So lots of positive energy in the work area of your life. Those of you that are looking for a job, I'm feeling lots of success with finding new jobs, so don't give up. In the area of love, those of you in committed relationships and dating someone seriously, I'm feeling stress around finances and money, which could lead to heated debates this week for some couples. Some other couples will be stressed just because they need a change of scenery, and I feel like taking a day trip somewhere or having a picnic at the park or just getting out of your usual boring routine will help you reconnect and strengthen the relationship. Those of you looking for love, I'm feeling some love connections through friends, so make sure you're getting out and about, socializing with your friends. You never know how a chance encounter can happen with your friends as your wingman or wingwoman. I'm also getting that some of you singles need to change up your routines and your usual hangout spots, so try new places. Finances, money is doing a weird balancing act this week again. So if you've been struggling financially, you could see an increase and signs of improvement. And if you've been riding high on the hog with money, then unfortunately you could see a turn for the worse or a bigger unexpected expense that sets you back a little bit financially. The bigger picture at play here is attachment, identity, and feelings surrounding money and to money. Health, I feel some of you may have some improvements to your overall health by looking to friends and family to see what's working for them. And I also feel there may be changes in healthcare practitioners and looking to clinics outside of the local area. Spirituality, it's a time of learning from the experiences and attitudes of others in order to deepen your spirituality. And spiritual insights and answers you've been seeking may suddenly come to you into your awareness, but I feel like it's tied to a change in your routine, travel, experimenting, and paying attention to your dreams. So that wraps up the intuitive messages. Let me get to my caller. I have Christine in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Hi, Christine. How are you? Sorry, I took a little bit longer to get to you here. How can I help you today?
Yes, I don't know if it's possible, but I recently had a death with a boyfriend. He died from cancer. And
okay. You want to try to connect with him?
Yeah.
What's his first name?
Deshaun.
Okay. His passing was fairly recently, like within the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what, having a little bit of a challenging time connecting with him, but I think I can make it happen. So let me ask you, because I have this feeling in my throat. Did they have him at any point? Did they have like tubes going down his throat?
Yes, because he wasn't able to talk.
He wasn't able to speak, right? Like I feel like
No, yeah.
some of the
Right.
cancer, I don't know if it was directly tied to the cancer or side effects of chemo or other things, or maybe heartburn. Like I just feel like from the stomach up to his throat was just really I don't know, I just feel a lot of damage, and I just feel like he wasn't able to speak, he wasn't able to
Right.
breathe properly.
Yeah.
But what he's saying is that he really, because he passed in the hospital.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he's saying like well, I feel like he's saying he was trying to communicate with his eyes. Did you guys, like, when he was still like aware and conscious, did you guys like do like a blinking game, like, all right, blink twice for yes, do once for no, or something like that?
I wasn't able to physically be there because I didn't know about it until the last minute. So someone his family said yes, he was communicating with his eyes and through text.
Okay, yeah, because he's laughing about the eye thing, because he's saying, even during the moment of things being so tragic and just so sad about his situation, he just found the humor in that. And so he was very happy that he was surrounded by his family. Um, I feel like he's saying that maybe um, I don't know if it was people like were having a hard time getting a hold of you. Like there was something with there was a reason why you found out last minute, um, and it was kind of an accident of people not getting to you sooner or you not being able to be there. But he wants you to know that he's with you now, and he's actually. I feel like he's. Are you in your home?
Yeah.
Do you have? Okay. Are you near your bed or near your bedroom? Because I feel like he's saying like he's sitting on the bed and he's looking towards you.
I'm at my mother's, but I am near my
Your
bedroom.
Or okay. If he were sitting in the bedroom, or if you're sitting in the bedroom, well, I feel like he's saying he can see you from the bedroom. He's in the bedroom. There's something in the bedroom that he's attracted to. I don't know if it's something of his is in the room that belongs to him that he's tied to, but he's trying very hard to maintain his balance, and he's a little bit again, he's got a really good sense of humor. He's laughing and he's saying, look, he's going to take all the blame for all the fights. It was all him. He should have known better, and he does now. And he's saying you were an awesome girlfriend, although there were times you kept a short leash on him, is what he's saying. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does.
So look, he's around. Have you guys, I've only got 60 seconds, but are you guys planning on doing a memorial service or life service? Like, I feel like you've already did something, but I feel like there's something bigger planned.
His family is, yeah.
Okay, he says he's going to be there. He's going to be there, and he's going to be working on giving you guys signs. And Christine, thank you so much for calling in. I've got to roll. Thanks, everybody. I will see you next Tuesday. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast in Australia. It's a really, really interesting week again around the world, isn't it? I mean, we're still in the middle of a pandemic, even though in some instances you wouldn't know it when we see so many people taking to the streets and being very passionate about what they believe is important and what needs to change in this world. And I'm not saying it doesn't need to change. Please don't think that for 1 second. I've been sort of one of the advocates for many, 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 many years that I think we all need to be treated equal, no matter what our colour is, what our religion is, what our beliefs are politically or whatever else. We are all equal. And it's nice to see now that the world is uniting in this, even though in some circles it may not be the correct procedure or the way that people like it and it's making them feel uncomfortable. But we know if we don't make people feel uncomfortable, particularly our politicians, nothing ever gets done. So I think in the light of that, the Simply Tarot card of the week this week, I think, is quite apt. It's the Five of Swords. Now, it's the card of losses. Now, losses can mean anything. It can mean loss of life, loss of money, loss of our independence, loss of our freedom, loss of anything. So losses covers a very wide cross-section. All is not lost. You still have 3 swords remaining in your hand out of 5. So this is going to give you the upper hand. I'm not saying there hasn't been a battle. I'm not saying we're not still battling on. What I'm saying is you have the upper hand. You have the balance of power in your hand to be able to make changes or to work towards changes. Now, I think that that's a very important and a very apt card that can be applied to many areas of our lives, whether it's people sort of trying to get their voices heard about Black Lives Matter, whether it's you trying to get on top of your own health or trying to struggle through and understand what's the new normal in your life. There's many reasons why we all have the power within our hand to make our lives a better thing. We don't always have to just look at the losses or what we no longer have and feel sorry for ourselves and get locked up in that. I think it's time to sort of move past that and look at what we've got to salvage, what we can move forward with. Now, it's going to be a very, very busy couple of weeks astrologically. And first and foremost, I don't want to sort of say that we're not focusing on the pandemic anymore, but I think I've probably covered that in as many different ways as I possibly can, talking about the same planets week after week and how they're affecting us. That hasn't changed. We still have Pluto conjunct holding hands, Jupiter and Capricorn, which still rules, big business, governments, those sort of things, still holding hands and conjunct Saturn, the planet of discipline in Aquarius. So we're still seeing sort of governments around the world sort of trying to ignore their responsibility or trying to dampen things down and take our attention off things because they don't have the answers or they don't want to give us answers. Whatever the case may be, I think it's sort of a combination of everything, and maybe they're just human after all and don't have any answers. That could very well be the case, but they're not going to admit that to us. But what I'd like to focus on more is our Mercury retrograde that's coming up from the 18th of this month. So it's June 18 through to July 12. So it's nearly a month that we're going to have a Mercury retrograde. Now, Mercury's the planet of communication, how we think, how we approach things, how we sort of see our role when it's anything to do with communication. It also rules our intellect, our ability to absorb and assimilate knowledge, how we process things, how we see things, how we voice our opinion. It also affects things like all of our devices, our computers, all our broadband systems, our telephone systems, anything that you can think of that is connected with communication. Back in the olden days, it used to affect things like the snail mail and the parcels being delivered. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. We still have parcels delivered today, probably even more so since the pandemic, where many of us are shopping online and sort of trying to avoid shopping centres and crowds. So we have to be aware if you're going to be ordering anything or having a conversation with someone or doing something online, number one, make sure that you've got all your securities in place. That's really important. But also double, triple check your addresses, your credit card details, your phone numbers, anything like that that you're going to be giving people, particularly from the June 18 through to July 12. Now, when we talk about Mercury going retrograde, it's like the planet is going sort of backwards, and it will appear to be going backwards in the solar system, but it also means that it's a time when we can become more introspective, where we can go inside ourselves and start to look at maybe what needs to change in our lives. And I hear you sort of sigh and say, haven't we already done that with the pandemic, and we were locked up and we couldn't go anywhere and we had to sit there and contemplate our navel and clean out the cupboards and reorganise our lives and rediscover things like jigsaw puzzles? Oh, I don't want to do that again. It's maybe not on the same scale, but this is more about an introverted look. It's about looking at where you are, who you are, where you're going, what you want, what can you change in your life. Now, Mercury at the moment is in Cancer. So it's very, very interesting because Mercury is quite a powerful, strong sort of planet. And we tend to think of the sign of Cancer as being soft, gentle, motherly, not really having a lot of strength. Well, please don't underestimate the sign of Cancer. There is a lot of strength in water. Just because water might be fluid and moving, it doesn't mean it isn't strong, and it doesn't mean it can't be destructive. It's just sort of more of a gentle approach. We don't see it coming. So that's literally how Mercury is working in Capricorn. Sometimes we don't see what is coming, or we don't hear it quite in that same strong way. It's a sort of a gentle, softly approach. And then whammo, all of a sudden, we feel like we've been hit over the head with the baseball bat. So be very careful as we lead into this Mercury retrograde, listening to people that are the powers that be. What are they really trying to say? Now, I think this pandemic is a classic example of that. What are they really telling us? Yes, as they start to reopen and open up places that we haven't been able to go before, and they're saying, yes, it's safe on one hand, but don't forget your mask and don't forget to social distance and wash your hands regularly, take your hand sanitizer. Yet at the same time, numbers are going up. There's more and more infections. So it's almost like a contradictory sort of message. Yeah, go out and have fun and take your life back and become normal. But by the way, we're going to have the numbers are rising. And, you know, I know we sort of said we're not, you know, when we all went into quarantine, that this was going to sort of squash this pandemic. So it's an interesting concept. So they're sort of softly, gently telling you everything's okay, trying to reassure you. But at the same time, they know that things aren't quite the way that they seem. So I think you've just got to use your own common sense here, your own judgment, and just sort of listen to what's being said and then sort of find your own truth in the middle of all this. I think that's the secret. And it's, you know, I haven't met a politician yet that doesn't lie. They all lie, no matter who they are. You know, they're there to sort of tell you what they think you need to hear to make you feel happy. They only react when we react. When we say we've had enough, then they start to sit up and take notice. So we have to be very careful of that, because at the moment, the world is running on emotion. Look, I'm not trying to underplay the amount of loss of life that we've had with, you know, people dying connected with police incidences, whether they've been in custody or being arrested or just, you know, minding their own business. And, you know, for some reason or another, somebody's taken it in their head that they're going to straighten this person out, and quite often they've lost their life. And it's not just happening in the US of A, it's happening all around the world. And I'm sure your own local environments, you're hearing more and more things in your own local communities. And it's like, okay, we need to be mindful of the fact that, yes, we are emotional and we have a right to be emotional and upset about this. But we also need to make sure that we're sending the powers that be, our politicians and lawmakers, a very strong message that this is not just an emotional reaction. Yes, we are human. Yes, we have an emotional reaction. Yes, we feel terribly sorry for the families and the friends that have been affected by this, but we need to make our voice heard. So we need to make sure that we're clear and concise as well as our emotion, because otherwise the politicians are just going to be able to fob it off and say, oh, well, when everything settles down, once the emotion dies down, they'll all forget about these issues. Well, no, this time we're not going to forget about these issues as a collective around the world. We are going to make sure that our voices are heard. Now, as Mercury continues to go retrograde or go backwards, he will move out of the sign of Cancer and move more towards the sign of Gemini. Now, this is then where I think we can start to get some light bulb moments of how we handle the situation moving forward. There may be some unusual or different sort of suggestions, or people sort of going to lawmakers and sort of putting proposals on the table or ideas of how we can start to get some resolution to all the chaos that's in the world at the moment, and I'm particularly talking about the police and the deaths that are happening to innocent people or people that may be not so innocent but shouldn't be paying for it with their life. We need to get solutions. The things that we've been doing to date are not working, they're barbaric and they're unacceptable. So we need to make sure that our voice and our groundswell is not lost in once the emotion subsides a little bit and we become numb to it, which is a little bit what we've done with the pandemic. We've almost become numb to it. The numbers are the numbers, and yes, they're skyrocketing and they're off the Richter scale, but it's like, oh, I've had overload. I can't deal with this anymore, so I'll just ignore it. I'll pretend it's not happening. Didn't really affect me personally, so I'll forget it's not happening. And this is the risk that we run with trying to stand up for our rights and trying to get the world a more equal place for every person on the planet. Everybody deserves to be paid the same amount of money for the same skill. Nobody should be paid less because of the colour of their skin or their sexual preference or their religious preference. We should be all equal when it comes to things like that. So as I said, it's going to be a very, very interesting time as we move forward with this particular Mercury retrograde. Mercury goes retrograde 3 times a year. But this one, I believe, is going to be probably our most powerful one for 2020 and probably the most powerful one we've had in many, many years. So be aware of that. You may find that you're feeling a little bit uncomfortable. There may even be some pockets there where you're not sleeping as well as what you were. You can't switch your mind off. They're the times that you go and find some sort of way to divert your mind, whether, get up and have a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, put a movie on, put some music on, do something different. Try and switch your mind off so that then you can relax and unwind and go to sleep. So this week, the candle of the week that I've chosen is the candle of patience. I just truly believe we all need to have a little bit more patience in the world at the moment. I don't think any of us is really practicing patience at the moment. We all think that we've been hard done by, that we've been the ones that have really suffered during this pandemic and all the things that have been going on in the world. And I think it's time now that we can have a little bit more patience and a little bit more kindness for people surrounding us and the people that we're dealing with, and just sort of try and take a deep breath and exhale and say, okay, now can I approach this situation in a more calm, more patient sort of manner? Then maybe we'll achieve more by having a little bit more patience and understanding. Look, I understand in these very difficult times we become more insecure, we become more short-tempered, we have less patience than we normally do, and it's a fear-driven thing. So I'm asking you to sort of practice a little bit of patience, and the reward for patience is more patience. So I think that's not a bad thing to be looking at this week. So this week I've made up the gift box set with patience, obviously, as one of the candles in this set. I've also still continuing to have my angel in the sky, and that's to sort of honour everybody that we've lost in whatever form, whether it's been through the pandemic, whether it's been at the hands of the police, or whether it's just people who have died because of illness or old age. Let's remember all our angels in the sky. And I've also put the candle of forgiveness in there, because I think along with patience, I think we also need to learn how to forgive people. We need to be able to say, okay, I forgive you. I mightn't have had enough patience and understanding, but now I'm trying to do that, and I'm going to hopefully try and forgive you the situations that have led to the crisis that we might be in. And I think it's time that we all start to be a little bit kinder, whether it's to our work colleagues, our family, our neighbours, or even the people just in the local grocery store. Let's show a little bit of kindness and compassion there. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Kiambria in Quincy in Florida. What a lovely part of the world. How can I help you this evening?
Yes, I just want a general reading.
A general reading. So you don't have a specific question you'd like me to answer for you, sweetie?
No, not right now.
Okay. All right. The first thing that they're sharing with me is that there's a number of endings, changes and transformations happening in your life at the moment. So the month of June, I feel, is going to be quite significant in that there's 3 major things or 3 endings of things that are happening at the moment. So do you feel as if you're winding a few things up, things that you've been working on? are now coming to a conclusion, that you're ready to sort of step into the newness of your life?
I didn't hear you.
Right. Well, that's what they're showing me, is that there's 3 areas of your life there that are changing for the better. And I think it's been very sort of difficult for you to be able to sort of understand what's sort of happening in your life, that, you know, there's been things that have been out of your control that now really need your attention, to sort of give them one almighty push to say, right, I need this cleared up. I need this finished. I need to be able to put that into the past. I need it to be completed so that I can move forward in my life now with the remainder of 2020. Now, it's an interesting concept because they're showing me that maybe you haven't been taking as much care of your health as what I think you should have been. What have you been doing that needs attention?
Maybe
Are you
relationship
not
wise.
getting enough rest? Are you not getting enough rest or something? They're just showing me that your health is sort of what I would term as a little bit below par, a little bit below where I'd like to see it.
What you mean by that?
Well, it's like sort of saying I'm tired. And, you know, when I'm tired, I'm still forcing myself to get up and do something. Instead of saying, okay, I'm tired, I'm going to sit down and have a rest for 10 minutes, you keep pushing yourself. So it's like, I want to sort of say to you, you've got to be a little bit more aware of your health, because to me, that was sort of showing me your energy levels weren't right. I want to see you sort of be more aware of how you're feeling and what you're putting into your body, because the next 6 months are going to be very busy, and you want to be able to sort of, you know, have the energy and the strength to make these things a reality, that, you know, with your life moving forward. Has there been sort of thoughts of another job?
No, I don't have a job right now, so.
But are you looking for work? Are you thinking to going back to work?
Yes.
Yeah, because they're showing me a job, and they're showing me it's not that far away, and it's like, I just want you to be ready for that. I want you to be well and ready and full of energy and full of enthusiasm, and being able to be sort of ready to embrace what life has in store for you. But I think the next 6 months are going to be very, very busy. So we're going to take a call now from Sydney in Vancouver in Washington, USA. Are you there, Sydney?
Hi there. Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can work with, please, Sydney?
Yeah, I always love anything that comes through from my spirit guides. And I did, today marks 3 months since a very, very, very close loved one to me passed away.
Okay. First and foremost, they don't always come through in this very limited time that we've got here on the show. But I can assure you that anybody that we lose that passes away, I've never had anyone come through yet and tell me that they're not happy and contented on the other side, or they're in pain, or whatever the case may be, that the reasons why they left us. So please be rest assured that they are there. They are contented, you know, they're dealing with it themselves, that, you know, that they're no longer here on earth. I just keep feeling as if you've got a lot of changes coming up in the next few months. It's like you got ahead of the game, you did all your homework, and it was like you were sitting there waiting, twiddling your thumbs, saying, well, what's next? I've done all my work, what's next? And it was like you didn't know what to do with yourself because you'd finished things ahead of time. I'm going to say to you, look, that's okay. Sometimes it's good to be ahead of everybody else and sort of, you know, have that little bit of luxury of time of not knowing where, you know, what's next. That, you know, we can just enjoy being in that moment. They're showing me two confusing things. They're showing me two confusing things, and I don't know how to marry them in together. One was a pink heart and the other one was a red car. Now, I didn't take it as you were going to buy a red car and you loved it. I didn't feel it was that. I felt they were two separate things. Now, this person that you lost, was there some connection with a red car around them?
Not red, but yellow.
Why am I seeing a red one?
He had a close friend with a red car, actually.
Okay. So are you two still in communication?
No, we are not. Yeah.
Is there a reason for that? Because I just sort of
Yeah,
feel as if the heart
I
and
think
the
there's
red car
been some past
somehow or another went
turmoil.
together from some past turmoil. Okay, so that makes sense now, because this message was coming through from the other side, a pink heart on one hand and the red car on the other hand. And it was like there was a distance between the two of them. And it was like I felt like I wanted to join them together. So that's your message. So you've got to sort that out as best you can. But that's your message coming through from your dear friend that left us not that long ago. He really wants you to do this. It's something he's asking for. I mean, you know, if you can't, you can't. But he's asking you to try, if that makes any sense. It's important to him.
Okay.
So there must, besides the fact that it's important to him, maybe that person that owns the red car is not dealing with this passing too well.
Okay.
You know, sometimes people don't sort of let other people know that they're not doing so well. But if you've got somebody that's feeling the same loss you are, they're sort of like, you've got that point of connection. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I know there's more to come to this, and I'm sure it will come to you. That's just, I've never had a message come through so peculiar like that. The heart and the car simultaneously, and yet I wanted to join them together, and that's why I couldn't sort of understand what they were trying to say. But you know, that's the main thing. Also, I sort of feel in the next 6 months, there's also a lot of changes for you from about September. So September seems to be almost like your 2020 starting then. It's like up until then, it's been 2 steps forward, 3 back, 4 forward, 3 back. You know, you haven't really been able to get any traction for this year. But from September, you will be able to. And partly that could be too because you had that tragedy that would have knocked the stuffing out of you a bit. And, you know, you're sort of, you know, and that happening and then a pandemic all at the same time. I mean, that's a lot to get over or try and come to terms with or find some sort of sense of normality out of all this, some sort of direction forward. So please don't be too hard on yourself if there's still some not so great days. Just go with it. Do you know what I mean? I think the best thing you can do is take it minute by minute, not even day by day, and just allow yourself to be in the moment. It is okay to be sad. And, you know, grief is a very personal thing that there's no bus timetable for when we can say we're comfortable with it. You know, some people never get comfortable with it. Some people find a way of dealing with it or coping with it or their own way with it very quickly. So don't sort of try and measure yourself against anyone else. Own it and be comfortable with it and go forward. But know that that person is around you all the time. And he keeps showing me this beautiful big bunch of flowers. Now, I think that's to cheer you up. I feel that's to sort of try and make you happy. To say, look, here's a bunch of flowers, you know, this will brighten your day. So I'd use that as anytime I'm really feeling sad, think of a bright bunch of flowers and have a smile. That's what he'd like you to do, you know, like to do that is his way of helping you cope with things. But I do feel the remainder of, you know, once we get to September, then the remainder of 2020 for you is a lot more pleasant, a lot easier than what it was. Why am I getting a question mark around where you're living? Are you thinking of moving?
No, I think my mom's always talking about leaving, but I actually love the place that I live, but I just completely did a revamp on my room. I completely took it apart and put it back together, all new.
Okay, good. But I wouldn't take too much notice of Mum talking about leaving. I think that's just something that keeps her entertained. I just don't see her I don't see her saying, right, that's it, we're moving. Do you know what I mean? I just keep seeing these question marks. But it's good that you revamped your room and sort of made it feel fresh and new. I think that was therapeutic for you too. It was sort of like you did thinking while you were doing that, and it sort of mightn't be consciously thinking, but a lot of things got sort of sorted out and put away and let go of, and it was sort of like a soul-searching, therapeutic, positive time all at the same time, which is good. There's more study to come around you. I don't know whether you're planning any at the moment, but they're certainly showing me books. Probably more for 2021 than it is 2020, but there's certainly some massively big changes coming up around you, and you seem to feel very excited moving forward, particularly from September. It's like I get my mojo back. I know exactly where I'm going, what I want, what I aim to achieve in the next few years, and that's good. I feel very comfortable with that. But just know that you're protected, you're loved, and you'll get some random sort of messages. They won't always be like, I definitely know that's a message. It could be just some words in a song and they keep going round and round in your head all day. If that's the case, then look at it. Try and understand what that means, because you'll get lots of different random type of messages coming from your spirit guides. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave it, Sydney. So it's been great to work with everybody again on the show. I hope you have an absolutely sensational week wherever you are in this planet of ours. And please try and be kind to each other, and just be aware of your communication as we move into this Mercury retrograde starting on the 18th. But we're starting to feel the effects of Mercury now. Just make sure that you fully understand and everybody else fully understands what you're trying to say. And double check with them that they understand what you're saying, so that we can hopefully minimize miscommunication during this nearly month of Mercury retrograde, and that we get some peace and some understanding. And let's hope we get some answers in the world that everybody is starting to be happy with. Wouldn't it be amazing if we got a breakthrough with a treatment for COVID-19? Fingers crossed, anything's possible with a Mercury retrograde. This is the time when we can get some amazing breakthroughs medically. And it may be something as plain as the nose on their face that's been there all the time, and then all of a sudden they find a different way of applying a drug that may very well be the answer, or one of the answers, towards minimising the spread of COVID-19. So until next week, bye for now and have a great week. Bye for now.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon. Live from JennaRoseHarmon.wixsite.com/Jenna Harmon Psychic Me.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our
websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Session
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome once again to Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon, Psychic Medium. I'm Jenna Harmon and I'm coming to you live this morning on Wednesday morning from Sydney, Australia. Please forgive my voice. It is our winter time here, so we are starting to get our little colds and sniffles, but we're not going to keep that. We're not going to let that keep us down, are we? I hope you're feeling good today. Hello for everybody that's just had a busy day on a Tuesday in America. You're wrapping up your day. I hope you've had a great day. I'm hoping to start a fantastic day myself here. I hope that you're really well. I actually took the liberty today of picking a card to set the tone for the day, and it's actually the disturbance card. Now, the disturbance card may sound a little bit negative, but it's actually not, because with every new beginning, we need the endings. We just do. So if you look at it that way, we just really need to get rid of what's not serving us anymore. We need to get rid of the old energy, the stagnant situations, the dead ends, the relationships that maybe aren't going anywhere at the moment, or we're both going on our different separate paths, and that's completely fine as well. So the disturbance card always symbolizes the things that we're going to have to get rid of in order to step forward and to go into a positive situation into our future and bring what we want with us. So as much as it may sound a little bit like not so great, it actually is, in a way. It's kind of like taking stock of your life. If you look at it like your life is like a supermarket, and there's things on the shelf that we constantly grab at and we need energetically, and we need for our own sustenance, whether it's food, whether it's your energy and those who surround you, those who are taking from your supermarket all the time. So if you want to look at that as a really great indicator of where you're at, what's working for you, what's not working for you, and what you kind of need to bring forward to get things going the way you wish. So the disturbance card actually symbolizes the beginning of the new. So it's actually quite a positive card if you want to look at it that way. So anyway, let's share our sacred session today. Let's get into it, because I'm really pumped with energy. So I'm sure it's going to be a great one. And we have Michelle from the South Shields, England, UK. Hello, Michelle.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Are you okay? I'm fine,
yes,
thank you. It's very late here,
I'm brilliant.
It's almost bedtime. Are you there?
How can I help you today, Michelle?
Hi. Hiya. Just really hoping to hear anything positive at the moment.
Yes, no, actually I get quite a bit of positivity coming in now, Michelle. I also feel like I want to connect to a female or in the spirit world that's coming in quite strongly around you. She comes in as a very firm mother figure. So I'm not sure where she fits in. She also comes with the color yellow for you, Michelle. She also wants to talk about the birds or the feathers. So if you don't know what she's talking about, I feel as though there may be some signs coming to you from the spirit world. She wants to also talk about the last 2 months, or something about the number 2 that comes around you, and that it may have been trying and testing. But there's actually some positivity coming. I feel like I want to really encourage you to keep stepping forward, because I feel like something big's coming. She makes me very excited. So it makes me feel like it's something that's coming from what you're wanting and desiring. I feel like there is change around you, but I actually get that as a lovely, awesome thing. Now, I'm also talking about your home or your situation around the home. And I don't know if you've been thinking about moving things, changing things, renovating things, but I feel like there's movement and change there as well. But I want to go back to your personal journey. I also want to say, are you one of those humanitarian souls that gives to those around you, because I feel like I want to give. I want to be of service. I feel like that is where my heart truly is.
That's very much my personality. Yeah, I do like to please people.
Now, well, it's kind of who you are, sweetheart. And I wouldn't say please, honey. I would say share your loveliness with everybody, you know? And that's not to say it's not time to take. Mum's trying to tell you that it's time to have a little bit of balance. So we need to put the feet up as much as we're running our feet ragged in the day. We need to have some time out. And maybe now that things are getting back to normality, maybe it's time now to start having some trips away and things like that when things come. She also wants to acknowledge July, or the number 7 for you, sweetheart. And she wants you to know that things will be a lot more ease. Now, let me say to you, I don't get massive stress for you with what's going on with you, but she's saying that things will feel a lot more easier, or that things will be more smooth. Is there also a young boy in his teenage years around you, darling?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, because she wants to know that she's also watching the situation, or watching around that young man. So she wants you to know that she's there and she's watching. So please, if that's where your concerns lie. Okay,
but partly, yeah.
Okay, well, that's one of the situations. Mum wants you to know that she's around and she's supporting you through that, darling. She also wants you to know she's sending you a lot of love, darling. A lot of love. And I want to connect to the letter A. Now, I'm not sure if that's a name or a month, to be quite honest, or maybe both, to be honest. But I want to say to you, I'm getting a lot of chills and a lot of tingles. She wants you to know that she hears the prayers. Or I don't know if you say your prayers of night, darling.
Yeah.
She wants you to know she's with you, and you're doing that, my love. And she wants you to know that you are definitely surrounded by that love and that guidance and that support, just like when she was here, my friend. You know, she also wants you to know that, is there a male in your journey as well, my friend?
Yeah.
She wants you to know that she's keeping an eye on that person as well. I don't know if they're looking after themselves completely health-wise. Now, when I say that, I am not scared health-wise. Please don't get me wrong. She's just saying that there's a need for concern. They need to look after themselves a bit better. Their diet, their water, looking after themselves, their blood pressure, that sort of stuff. But I don't get anything that I'm really scared for. So that's my indication that there's nothing to worry about there completely. He just needs a bit of tweaking with how he's living his life. That's all, sweetheart. I also get, does he move quite a bit with his work? Because I feel like I want to put kilometers. Yes? Okay, yes. So she's saying that he's protected too. She's saying she protects him. She protects the vehicle. So, sweetheart, realistically, your mum is so much around you, and she wants you to know that things are going to be quite fine. I also want to acknowledge the south to you. So I don't know if there's more of her children or more of your family south of you, or a location to the south of you. Please forgive me, I don't know where you are, but that's all I'm getting in that regard. I also want to know, is it you that has small white vehicle, darling?
No, not me.
I'm looking at a small vehicle. So I'm going to put it out there for you. If there's no concern there either. I actually wanted to say, was it a young female driver? So this may come to you afterwards, after the session is done, but I will give you the information just in case it makes sense. And she's just saying that she's around the female. Is there a female or a granddaughter or someone studying right now, sweetheart?
Yeah.
Yes.
Amina.
Everything's going to be great. And let me tell you why. I see the graduation, honey. I see the ceremony. I see the cap. I see the hat. I see it all. So I'm telling you now, this situation is also going to be great. they will have moments where they will doubt themselves, but that is what journeys are, and that's how we grow and we learn our strengths and our weaknesses. So please, everything's going fine at the moment, sweetheart, and I'm not saying that it won't in another moment. But what I'm saying is, I feel like you're worried about those around you. That is that big, beautiful heart once again that wants just to know everybody's okay and well. And for you, sweetheart, I feel like there's some personal stuff that's going to come up for you soon. And it will be this sort of stuff that I'm talking about. This stuff for just you. So I don't know if you get into a hobby, join a group, or start going out with a group again. Maybe now restrictions are coming back. But, sweetie, I feel like things are going to be perfectly fine. I feel like your grandson's going to be fine. I feel like the young girl's going to graduate. She's going to be challenged, don't get me wrong. But everyone is on their paths, my darling. Okay? And she wants you to know that she sends you so much love. I don't know if you held hands, you kissed her hand, or something about her hand. But she wants to acknowledge the hands, or the hands like this. So she wants you to know she's still loving and supporting you, my love. And she will continue to do so. So I hope that that gives you some love and some comfort right now, my darling. Please take that, Michelle. I'm sorry I'm going to have to cut it there for today, my love. But I hope that that brings you some... Oh, you're so welcome, my darling.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, bless you.
You take care of yourself. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, my... Bye-bye. Well, thank you, everybody. It seems to fly each and every week. It really does. I wish I could do readings all day and all night. I really would love to help everybody. Please try and look after yourself as best as you can today. Please be gentle on yourself. We're going through a lot of stuff in this shift right now, and it would just be a lot easier to do that if we come from love and consideration for ourselves. This has been another Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon, Psychic Medium. I hope you have enjoyed yourself. Big love to Michelle and her family down in South Shields, England. Thank you for letting me do your session today. Thank you for letting me connect to your loved ones in spirit. Be good to yourself. Be good to everybody. And have the best possible week ahead. That's all I can say. Take all the love that Spirit does surround you in the universe, and know you're always loved and protected.